the silver blade pressed against my throat, cold as the betrayal that put me here. Any last words, Raven Thornfield? Alpha Magnus' voice boomed across the judgment circle, each syllable another nail in my coffin. I should have been afraid. Should have begged for mercy, like they expected. But as I knelt in the center of the ancient stone circle, surrounded by 1,000 wolves who once called me their future alpha, I felt only one thing. Rage. Not the hot, explosive kind. No, this was the cold, calculated fury that comes from watching everything you've built crumble on a foundation of lies. They said I murdered my own father, Alpha Tobias Thornfield, the greatest leader the Silverwood Pack had ever known. They said I poisoned him slowly over months, driven by ambition and greed. They said I was a monster wearing my father's face, manipulating everyone who loved me. They were wrong. But wrong doesn't matter when the evidence is perfect. When witnesses swear they saw you do it. When even your own blood turns against you. My twin brother, Drake, stood at the edge of the circle, his face a mask of righteous grief. Beside him, my former beta and best friend since childhood, Marcus Steele, wouldn't meet my eyes. And there, clutching Drake's arm like a lifeline, was the she-wolf who'd promised to stand by my side forever. Celeste Nightshade, my chosen mate, the woman I'd loved since we were 15. She was crying, but they weren't tears for me. They were tears of relief that the monster was finally being put down. I'm innocent, I said, my voice steady despite the silver burning my skin. And someday, you'll all know the truth. But by then, it'll be too late. Magnus raised his hand, signaling the executioner. The sentence is death by. The ground beneath us began to tremble. At first, I thought it was fear making me shake. But no, the earth itself was convulsing, fracturing, splitting apart like the world was rejecting what was about to happen. Wolves stumbled, cries of alarm filling the air. The ancient standing stones that formed the judgment circle began to glow with a light that hadn't been seen in 3 centuries. And something inside me, something that had been sleeping my entire life, something I never knew existed, opened its eyes. Power erupted from my core, not the familiar strength of my alpha wolf, but something else entirely. Something ancient. Something that made every wolf in the territory drop to their knees in involuntary submission, including Magnus himself. Impossible, Elder Ravenna whispered from the council platform, her weathered face going pale. The bloodline died out. The Primordial Alphas are extinct. But as my body began to change, as black fur darker than midnight spread across my skin, and my eyes blazed with silver fire, as ancient markings appeared on my flesh that glowed like molten starlight, I realized 3 things. 1. I wasn't just an alpha. I was something the world had forgotten existed. 2. My father's death, my framing, my execution, it was all connected to what I was becoming. And 3. Someone in this circle knew exactly what I was and had tried to kill me before I could awaken. They'd failed. And now they were going to pay. The silver chains shattered like glass. The executioner's blade melted in his hands. And as I stood on 4 legs, towering over every wolf present, I felt the truth settle into my bones like destiny finally clicking into place. My name is Raven Thornfield. I was supposed to die today. Instead, I became the thing nightmares whisper about. The thing even alphas fear. I became the first primordial alpha to walk the earth in 300 years. And I was about to burn down everything that tried to destroy me. This is the story of how I lost everything, discovered what I truly was, and learned that sometimes the greatest power comes from being broken and refusing to stay that way. This is the story of 10 chapters that will change everything. This is my reckoning. Think Raven will survive what comes next? Drop your predictions in the comments, because this is only the beginning. Chapter 1. The morning my father died, the sky wept blood. I don't mean that metaphorically. At dawn, the clouds literally turned crimson, bleeding red light across the Silverwood territory like the universe itself was mourning. Old wolves said it was an omen. They were right, just not in the way anyone expected. I was 24 years old, 3 months away from my official Alpha Ascension ceremony, and I'd spent the night in my father's study going over territory maps. We'd been tracking unusual rogue activity along our western border for weeks. Coordinated attacks, strategic retreats, nothing like the chaotic violence rogues typically displayed. Something's organizing them, my father had said, his gray eyes sharp despite his 53 years. Something intelligent and patient. That's more dangerous than any brute force. Those were the last words he ever spoke to me. I found him at sunrise, collapsed in his private chambers. The healers said it was poison, a rare wolfsbane derivative that mimicked natural heart failure. By the time they identified it, he was gone. Alpha Tobias Thornfield, leader of the Silverwood Pack for 30 years, died before I could even say goodbye. The pack descended into chaos. Alphas don't just die suddenly. It throws the entire hierarchy into upheaval, destabilizes the territory, and makes us vulnerable to attack. Protocol demanded an immediate investigation and a swift ascension of the heir. That heir was me. We need answers. Beta Marcus had said that first day, his hand on my shoulder as I stood over my father's body in the healer's chamber. But first, we need stability. The pack needs to see strength, Raven. They need to know we're not falling apart. Marcus Steele had been my closest friend since we were cubs. Tall, built like a warrior, with bronze hair and eyes that could read a battlefield in seconds. My father had chosen him as Beta 2 years ago, and I'd approved wholeheartedly. If anyone could help me lead through this nightmare, it was Marcus. Arrange the emergency council meeting, I told him, forcing my voice steady despite the grief tearing through my chest. We follow protocol. Investigation first, then ascension. That was my first mistake. I should have claimed the Alpha position immediately, solidified my authority before anyone could question it. But I was grieving, distracted, trying to do everything right, according to pack law. I gave my enemies time to move. The investigation lasted 3 days. 3 days of interviews, evidence collection, questioning everyone who'd been near my father in his final week. I participated fully, answering every question, providing my alibi for the night he died. I'd been with Celeste, my chosen mate, at her family's estate on the eastern edge of territory. We were planning our mating ceremony, Celeste had told the investigators, her emerald eyes soft with sympathy. Raven was with me from sunset until just before dawn. He couldn't possibly have. We're not accusing the heir, lead investigator Thorne had interrupted smoothly. Too smoothly. We're simply being thorough. But they were accusing me. I could feel it in the way certain pack members avoided my eyes, in the whispered conversations that died when I entered rooms, in the subtle shift in Marcus's energy when he thought I wasn't paying attention. On the 4th day, they found the evidence. A vial of the poison, hidden in my private chambers. My scent all over it, preserved by magic that prevented degradation. And a journal, written in my handwriting, detailing months of careful planning. How I'd grown tired of waiting for power. How I decided to take what should have been mine. How my father's death was necessary for the pack's evolution. I'd never seen that journal before in my life. This is a setup. I'd snarled when they arrested me, silver chains burning my wrists as guards I'd trained dragged me toward the dungeons. Marcus, you know me. You know I'd never. I don't know what to believe anymore, Marcus had said, and the doubt in his voice shattered something in my chest. They locked me in the high-security cells beneath the pack house, the ones reserved for traitors and rogues. Through the silver bars, I could see pack members gathering outside, their faces twisted with betrayal and rage. Someone I'd protected. Someone I'd bled for. Someone I'd considered family. Now they looked at me like I was a monster. My twin brother visited me on the 5th day. Drake and I were identical in appearance, same black hair, same sharp features, same tall, muscular build. But where I'd inherited our father's gray eyes, Drake had our mother's brown ones. And where I'd been groomed for Alpha since birth, Drake had been content as head warrior, leading our fighters, training new recruits. We'd never been competitive. He'd never shown interest in leadership. He'd always supported my path to Alpha with nothing but encouragement and pride. I should have seen it coming. I'm sorry it came to this, Drake said, standing just outside my cell. He looked genuinely regretful, which almost made it worse. I wanted to believe you were innocent, Raven. We all did. But the evidence is fabricated. I interrupted, my voice hoarse from hours of shouting my innocence. Drake, you're my brother. You know me better than anyone. How can you possibly think? The journal entries match your handwriting perfectly, he said quietly. They had 3 expert analysts verify it. And the poison vial, your scent was preserved magically, but it's definitely yours. Unless you're suggesting someone has the power to perfectly replicate both your scent and your handwriting. The way he said it, like it was impossible, like I should just accept my guilt and make things easier for everyone. Yes, I said flatly. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Someone with resources, magic, and a reason to want me gone. Someone who knew I was about to become Alpha and decided to eliminate me first. Drake's expression shifted, something I couldn't quite read flickering in his brown eyes. You always were stubborn. Even when we were cubs, you'd never admit when you were wrong. Because I'm not wrong, I shot back. I didn't kill our father. I loved him, Drake. He was preparing me to lead, teaching me everything. Maybe that's why you did it, Drake interrupted, his voice dropping. Maybe you got tired of being prepared. Maybe you wanted to just take it. I stared at my twin brother, my blood, my mirror image, and realized with cold certainty that he believed I was guilty. Or worse, he wanted to believe it. The council meets tomorrow, Drake continued, backing toward the door. They'll decide your fate. For what it's worth, I'll advocate for exile instead of execution. You're still my brother, even if you are a murderer. He left before I could respond, and I was alone again with nothing but stone walls and the crushing weight of betrayal. Celeste came that night. I heard her footsteps before I saw her, light, graceful, achingly familiar. She appeared in the torchlight like a ghost, her long auburn hair braided over one shoulder, her emerald eyes red from crying. Raven, she whispered, pressing against the bars. Tell me it's not true. Please, just tell me you didn't do this. For a moment, hope surged through me. If Celeste believed me, if my chosen mate stood by my side, maybe I could fight this. Maybe her faith would convince others to question the evidence. I didn't kill him, I said, moving as close as the silver chains would allow. Celeste, I swear, on everything we've built together, on our future, on the bond we share, I'm innocent. Someone framed me, and I need you to help me figure out who. She studied my face for a long moment, searching for something. Then her expression crumbled, fresh tears streaming down her cheeks. I want to believe you, she sobbed. Moon Goddess, I want to believe you so badly. But the evidence, Raven, the journal, the poison, your own handwriting detailing how you planned it. How can I ignore that? Because you know me, I pleaded, my voice breaking. We've been together for 9 years, Celeste. You know my heart. You know I'm not capable of this. I thought I knew you, she whispered. But the wolf I loved would never, could never. She took a shaking breath. I can't do this. I can't stand beside someone who killed their own father. I can't be mated to a murderer. The words hit like silver bullets, each one tearing through me. You're really going to abandon me? I asked, disbelief warring with devastation. After everything we've been through? After all our plans, our promises? I have to, Celeste interrupted, stepping back from the bars. For my own conscience. For my own future. I can't. I won't tie myself to this. To you. She pulled something from her pocket, the mating bracelet I'd given her last year, woven from both our furs during the full moon ceremony. The physical symbol of our commitment, our intention to complete the mate bond. She dropped it on the ground in front of my cell. I'm sorry, Raven, she said, her voice hollow. I'm so sorry. But I can't save you from this. No one can. Then she turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the dungeon until silence swallowed everything. I stood there, staring at that discarded bracelet, and felt something inside me crack. Not break. Breaking would come later. This was just the first fracture in what would become a complete shattering. The council met at dawn, as tradition demanded for trials involving alpha blood. They held it in the Judgment Circle, that ancient ring of standing stones where our ancestors had dispensed justice for 1,000 years. Every pack member was required to attend, to witness, to participate in the collective decision. They dragged me from my cell just as the sun rose, silver chains heavy on my wrists and ankles. The guards were wolves I'd grown up with, Jacob, who I'd helped train as a scout, Miranda, whose brother I'd saved from a rogue attack 2 years ago, Thomas, who'd been like an uncle to me since childhood. None of them would meet my eyes. The Judgment Circle was packed. Over 1,000 wolves, all arranged in concentric rings around the center, where I was forced to kneel. The council sat in positions of honor, 7 elders, including Ravenna, the oldest and wisest. Beta Marcus stood with them, his face carefully neutral. Drake was there too, in his position as head warrior. And presiding over everything, having claimed temporary alpha authority during the investigation, was Magnus Ironhide. Magnus was 58, alpha of the neighboring Ironwood pack, and an old friend of my father's. When Dad died and I was arrested, the council had asked Magnus to step in as an impartial judge to ensure fairness during the trial. I should have questioned why an outside alpha would be so eager to involve himself in our internal matters. Should have wondered why he'd accepted the position so quickly, with no hesitation. But I'd been too focused on proving my innocence to see the trap closing around me. Raven Thornfield, Magnus began, his voice carrying across the silent crowd. You stand accused of the murder of your father, Alpha Tobias Thornfield, through the use of poison administered over a period of 3 months. How do you plead? Not guilty, I said clearly. I'm innocent of all charges. I've been framed by someone who wants to destroy me and claim what's rightfully mine. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Magnus raised his hand for silence. The evidence suggests otherwise, he said. The investigation has been thorough. Let Investigator Thorn present your findings. Thorn stepped forward, a lean wolf with cold blue eyes. He'd been brought in from a neutral pack specifically for this investigation, supposedly to ensure impartiality. Now, as he laid out the case against me, I realized he'd been anything but impartial. The vial of poison found in my chambers. The journal with my handwriting. Witness testimony from pack members who claimed to have seen me acting strangely in the weeks before my father's death. Financial records showing I'd been researching rare poisons. Even testimony from the healer who'd treated my father, stating that I'd insisted on being alone with him during his final hours. Every piece of evidence was damning. Every witness was convincing. Every detail had been perfectly orchestrated to paint me as a calculating murderer who'd planned his father's death for months. This is all fabricated, I protested when Thorn finished. Someone has gone to extraordinary lengths to frame me. The real killer is probably in this circle right now, watching me take the fall for their crime. Do you have proof of this conspiracy? Magnus asked, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer. I didn't. How could I? I'd been locked in a cell for 6 days, unable to investigate, unable to gather evidence, unable to do anything but scream my innocence into a void that didn't care. I have truth, I said, my voice ringing with desperation. I have the fact that I loved my father more than anything. I have 9 years of loyal service to this pack. I have a lifetime of putting the pack's needs above my own. Doesn't that count for anything? It counts for a great deal, Elder Ravenna said, speaking for the first time. Her ancient eyes studied me with something that might have been pity, which is why this is so painful, child. You were everything we hoped for in a future alpha. But the evidence cannot be ignored, and the law is clear. Then the law is wrong, I shouted, and several wolves growled at my disrespect. Or the law is being manipulated by someone who knows exactly how to use it against me. Enough, Magnus commanded, his alpha authority cracking through the air. We will now hear testimony from those closest to the accused. Beta Marcus Steele, you served under both Tobias and his heir. What is your assessment? Marcus stepped forward, and I saw my last hope standing before me. We'd been friends since we were 8 years old. He'd been my right hand, my confidant, my brother in everything but blood. If anyone would believe me, would fight for me, it would be Marcus. I wish I could say Raven is incapable of this, Marcus began, and my heart sank. I wish I could stand here and swear that my Alpha's son, my friend, my brother-in-arms, would never commit such an atrocity. His brown eyes finally met mine, and I saw the conflict there. But I also saw the resignation. But the evidence is overwhelming, Marcus continued. And there's something else. In the weeks before Alpha Tobias's death, Raven became increasingly secretive. He held private meetings I wasn't invited to. He made decisions without consulting me. He began acting like he was already Alpha, not heir. Because I was preparing to lead. I protested. Dad was training me in confidential matters. Of course there were things I couldn't share with you yet. Or, Marcus said quietly, you were planning something you knew I wouldn't support. I'm sorry, Raven. But I believe the evidence. I believe you did this. The betrayal was a physical blow. I actually swayed on my knees, the silver chains suddenly feeling like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Drake Thornfield, Magnus called. As the accused twin brother, your testimony carries particular weight. What do you believe? Drake stepped forward, and for just a moment, I saw my brother hesitate. For just a second, I thought maybe, just maybe, blood would prove thicker than evidence. Then he spoke. My brother and I have always been different, Drake said, his voice measured. He was groomed for leadership. I was groomed for combat. He learned politics and strategy. I learned warfare and tactics. But I never resented him for it. I supported his path to Alpha completely. He paused, and something flickered across his face. But in recent months, I noticed changes. Raven became obsessed with power, with proving himself. He talked constantly about making the pack stronger, about eliminating weaknesses, about doing whatever was necessary for the good of all. That's not an obsession, I shouted. That's literally what an Alpha is supposed to think about. At what cost? Drake asked, and his voice held genuine pain. At the cost of our father's life? At the cost of your own humanity? I believe you convinced yourself that Dad's death was necessary. That you were doing the pack a favor by accelerating the transition of power. The crowd murmured in agreement. I could feel the energy shifting, solidifying against me. You're lying, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Not because I doubted my innocence, but because I couldn't understand why my own brother would participate in destroying me. Drake, why are you doing this? He didn't answer. Just stepped back into line, his face a mask of noble sorrow. Finally, Magnus said, Celeste Nightshade, you were the accused chosen mate. You knew him more intimately than anyone. What is your testimony? Celeste stood, and I saw she'd been crying. Her emerald eyes were swollen, her face pale. She looked like she hadn't slept since visiting me in the dungeon. I loved Raven, she said softly. I gave him 9 years of my life. I planned to complete the mate bond with him, to bear his children, to stand beside him as Alpha. I believed in him completely. She took a shaking breath. But the wolf I loved wouldn't do this. The wolf I loved would never murder his own father. Which means... Her voice broke. Which means I never really knew him at all. The real Raven was hidden from me, just like he hid his plans from everyone. That's not true. I struggled against my chains, desperate to reach her. Celeste, please. You know me. You know my heart. Don't do this. Don't abandon me when I need you most. She finally looked at me, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Raven, but I can't love a murderer. I won't bind myself to this darkness. She pulled out the mating bracelet, the one she dropped outside my cell, and held it up for everyone to see. Then, with deliberate ceremony, she set it on fire with a torch from the nearest standing stone. The flames consumed the woven fur, destroying the symbol of our bond. In pack law, it was equivalent to a formal rejection. She was severing our connection, publicly declaring that she would never be my mate. I watched our future burn, and something inside me died with it. The testimony is complete, Magnus declared. The evidence is clear. The accused has been found guilty by witnesses, by physical proof, and by the judgment of those closest to him. Now we vote. This was it. The moment that would decide my fate. In pack law, execution required a 2/3 vote from the council and a majority from the assembled pack. Exile required only a simple majority from both groups. I knew which way this was going. Council, Magnus said. Those who believe the accused should be executed for the crime of alpha murder, raise your claws. 7 hands rose. All of them, unanimous. Pack, Magnus continued, addressing the 1,000 wolves surrounding us. Those who believe the accused should be executed, make your will known. A forest of hands rose. Too many to count. Far more than a simple majority. The pack had spoken and they wanted my blood. The vote is clear, Magnus declared, and I could have sworn I heard satisfaction in his voice. Raven Thornfield, you are hereby sentenced to death for the murder of your father, Alpha Tobias Thornfield. The sentence will be carried out immediately by silver blade through the heart, as is tradition for traitors and kinslayers. The crowd erupted in howls of approval. They wanted this. Wanted to watch me die. Wanted to purge the monster from their midst. I knelt there, chains burning my skin, and felt the last fragments of hope crumble to ash. Do you have any last words? Magnus asked, and the sympathy in his tone was so obviously false it was almost funny. I looked around the judgment circle. At Marcus, who'd betrayed our friendship. At Drake, who'd betrayed our blood. At Celeste, who'd betrayed our love. At a pack I'd given everything to, who now bayed for my death. I'm innocent, I said, my voice steady despite the rage and grief tearing through me. And someday, you'll all know the truth. But by then, it'll be too late. Magnus raised his hand to signal the executioner, a massive wolf named Brutus who'd served the pack for 40 years. He approached with a silver blade that gleamed in the morning sun, his expression apologetic but determined. May the moon goddess have mercy on your soul, he murmured as he positioned himself behind me. I closed my eyes. After everything, the investigation, the betrayal, the trial, it was ending like this. I would die branded a murderer, my name forever stained, my legacy destroyed. At least the pain would finally stop. Brutus raised the blade. And then the earth began to shake. Chapter 2. The earthquake wasn't natural. I knew at the moment the ground split beneath my knees, fractures spreading through the ancient stone like veins of lightning. This wasn't tectonic movement or geological coincidence. This was power, raw, ancient, furious power, erupting from somewhere deep within the earth itself. Or more accurately, erupting from deep within me. The silver chains on my wrists began to glow, not with their usual burning light, but with something darker. Shadows seemed to pour from my skin, wrapping around the metal, corroding it from the inside out. I felt heat building in my chest, not the familiar warmth of my wolf rising, but something far more intense. Like a star igniting in my ribcage. What's happening? Brutus stumbled backward, the executioner's blade falling from his hands. Around the judgment circle, wolves were losing their footing, some falling to their knees as the tremors intensified. The standing stones, those ancient monoliths that had presided over pack justice for a millennium, began to pulse with light. Not the pale glow of moonlight, but something primal and terrifying. Each stone lit up in sequence, forming a pattern I didn't recognize but somehow understood on an instinctual level. They were responding to me. This is impossible, Elder Ravenna gasped, her ancient eyes wide with something between terror and awe. The seals should have been held. The bloodline was supposed to be dormant for another 3 generations. What seals? Magnus demanded, his alpha authority cracking as he struggled to maintain balance. What bloodline? Ravenna, what aren't you telling us? But the elder couldn't answer. She was staring at me like I was a ghost rising from a grave she'd thought was sealed forever. Pain exploded through my body. Not the burning agony of silver, but transformation. My bones began to crack and reform, but this wasn't the familiar shift from human to wolf. This was something else entirely. Something that felt like my entire genetic code was being rewritten in real time. I screamed, and the sound that tore from my throat wasn't human or wolf. It was something that made every canine in the territory howl in instinctive response. Birds exploded from trees. Small animals fled in blind panic. Even the most dominant alphas in the crowd took involuntary steps backward. "Stop this!" Drake shouted, though whether he was commanding me or the universe itself wasn't clear. Someone stop him, but no one could stop what was happening. This had been waiting inside me my entire life, sleeping, dormant, held back by seals I didn't know existed. And now, faced with certain death, with every betrayal and injustice I'd endured, those seals were shattering like glass. My skin rippled, first spreading across my body. But it wasn't the silver gray of my normal wolf form. This fur was black, not just dark, but absolute black, like someone had taken midnight itself and woven it into physical form. And threaded through that darkness were patterns that glowed with silver light, ancient symbols that moved across my body like living tattoos. My spine arched, extended, reshaped. I felt my mass increasing, my form growing larger than any wolf had a right to be. The silver chains didn't just break, they disintegrated, reduced to powder by the sheer force of the energy radiating from my transforming body. When the change finally completed, I stood on 4 legs in the center of the judgment circle, and the entire pack recoiled in unified shock. I was massive, easily twice the size of the largest alpha wolf, standing nearly 7 feet at the shoulder. My fur absorbed light, making me look like a living shadow, while the silver markings across my body pulsed with rhythmic light, ancient runes that spelled out words in a language I'd never learned but somehow understood. Power. Protection. Primordial. Alpha of alphas. My eyes, I could feel them burning with silver fire so bright that several wolves had to look away. And above my head, barely visible but definitely there, hung symbols that looked like a crown made of starlight and shadow. The mark of a primordial alpha. "It's true," Ravenna whispered, her voice carrying in the stunned silence. The legends were true. The first bloodline survived. "What is he?" someone in the crowd asked, their voice shaking with primal fear. "He's what we were before we became what we are now," Ravenna said, never taking her eyes off me. Before there were alphas and betas, before there were packs and territories, there were the primordials. The first wolves. The ones who could command all others, whose authority superseded even the moon goddess's laws. She took a trembling step forward. They were the bridges between wolves and divinity. Part beast, part something far older. They ruled for thousands of years, maintaining balance, enforcing justice, protecting our kind from threats we've forgotten existed. "You said they were extinct," Magnus interrupted, but his voice lacked its usual authority. He was staring at me like I was a predator, and he was prey. "You said the bloodline died out 3 centuries ago." "We thought it had," Ravenna admitted. "The last known primordial alpha was killed in the Great War of 1723. After that, no one carried the markers, no one showed the signs. We assumed the bloodline had been completely wiped out." She looked at me with new understanding. But bloodlines don't die. They just sleep, waiting for the right circumstances to awaken. I could feel it now, this new consciousness stirring inside me. It wasn't separate from my wolf, it was my wolf, just more. Ancient, powerful, primal in ways that made my previous alpha, authority, look like a candle compared to a supernova. And it was angry, not the hot, chaotic anger I'd felt during the trial. This was a cold, calculated fury that had been building for generations. I could feel the memories of my ancestors flowing through me, thousands of years of primordial alphas who'd been betrayed, hunted, systematically eliminated by those who feared their power. They tried to kill us, a voice whispered in my mind. My own voice, but layered with something ancient. Every generation, they tried to make sure we never returned. And they almost succeeded. "Who?" I asked, and my voice came out layered, harmonics that made the air itself vibrate. Speaking was possible in this form, another gift of primordial blood. "Who tried to kill your bloodline?" "The ones who benefited from our absence," the ancient consciousness replied. "The ones who couldn't control us, couldn't manipulate us, couldn't use us for their own ends. So they made sure we disappeared. Understanding crashed over me like a wave. This trial, I said, my layered voice ringing across the judgment circle. My father's murder. The evidence. It was all designed to kill me before I could awaken. That's absurd, Magnus protested, but he gone pale. Your father died of natural causes that were made to look like murder. You were framed by... By whom? I interrupted, taking a step toward him. The ground trembled beneath my paws. By someone who just happened to know exactly how to fake my handwriting? By someone who had access to rare poisons and my private chambers? By someone who could orchestrate testimony from wolves I trusted? My silver eyes locked onto Magnus, and I saw him flinch. By someone who had everything to gain from my death and nothing to lose from my father's. You're grasping at conspiracies, Marcus said, stepping forward despite his obvious fear. Raven, I understand you're desperate, but becoming whatever this is doesn't change the evidence. You still murdered your father. Did I? I turned my attention to my former beta, and he actually stumbled backward. Tell me, Marcus. Who suggested bringing in lead investigator Thorn from the Crimson Valley Pack? Marcus hesitated. That was standard protocol. We needed an impartial investigator. And who specifically recommended Thorn? I pressed. Who vouched for his impartiality? Who made sure he was the one examining the evidence? The silence was damning. It was Magnus, Drake said suddenly, his voice tight. Magnus recommended Thorn. Said they'd worked together before. That Thorn was known for his thoroughness. All eyes turned to the Ironwood Alpha. Magnus' expression remained calm, but I could sense his heart rate accelerating and could smell the faint tang of nervous sweat beneath his confident exterior. I was trying to help, Magnus said smoothly. Tobias was my friend. I wanted justice for him. Or, you wanted to make sure the investigation led exactly where you wanted it to go? I countered. My primordial instincts were firing now, showing me patterns I'd been too grief-stricken to notice before. Tell me, Magnus, when exactly did you arrive at Silverwood after my father's death? The morning after, Magnus said. As soon as I received word. Interesting, I mused. Because our territory is a 6-hour journey from Ironwood lands. Yet you arrived within 3 hours of his death. Almost like you were already nearby. Almost like you were expecting the call. The crowd murmured, wolves beginning to see the inconsistencies I was pointing out. I happened to be visiting the Eastern Packs, Magnus explained, but his voice had developed a defensive edge. It was a coincidence. Was it also a coincidence that you pushed for an immediate trial? I asked. That you insisted on executing me today without giving me time to mount a proper defense? That you seemed so eager to see me dead before anyone could question the evidence too closely? This is paranoid nonsense, Magnus snapped. You're inventing conspiracies to avoid taking responsibility for your crime. Am I? I took another step toward him, my massive form radiating power that made lesser wolves whimper. Then explain why the standing stones activated when I began to transform. These stones are keyed to primordial bloodlines. They only respond to the ancient power. They've been dormant for 3 centuries, yet they recognized me immediately. I gestured to Elder Ravenna with my muzzle. She said something about seals. About the bloodline being dormant for 3 more generations. What did you mean, Ravenna? The ancient wolf looked between me and Magnus, clearly torn. Finally, she spoke. After the last Primordial Alpha died, the surviving Alphas made a pact. They feared the primordial power, feared what it could do if it fell into the wrong hands. So they worked with the strongest witches and shamans to create seals, magical bindings that would suppress the primordial gene. Her weathered face creased with shame. The seals were designed to last 7 generations. By then, we assumed the gene would be so diluted it would never manifest again. Your father was in the 6th generation. You were supposed to be too weak, too diluted to ever awaken. But I did awaken, I said. Which means someone knew I carried the gene. Someone who wanted to eliminate me before I could become a threat. This is all speculation, Magnus protested. You have no proof of any conspiracy. Then let's find some, I said. My primordial instincts were showing me things now. Energy patterns, scent trails, subtle magical residues that normal wolves couldn't perceive. And I could sense something around Magnus, something dark and oily that clung to him like invisible smoke. I turned to the crowd, projecting my layered voice, so everyone could hear. Primordial Alphas had many gifts. One of them was the ability to sense corruption, to see through lies and illusions, to perceive truth even when it was hidden. I fixed my burning silver eyes on Magnus. And I can sense corruption all over you, Magnus Ironhide. Not just ordinary darkness, magical corruption. The kind that comes from using dark magic to achieve your goals. Magnus' calm facade finally cracked. That's impossible. You're barely awakened. You can't possibly. Can't I? I interrupted. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you, Magnus. I see a wolf who's been slowly poisoning himself with dark magic for years, trying to extend his life, increase his power. I see ambitions so twisted it's become a physical stain on your soul. And I see the magical signature of the same poison that killed my father. The judgment circle erupted in chaos. Wolves shouting, demanding answers, some defending Magnus, while others called for his arrest. But I kept my focus locked on the Ironwood Alpha, watching as his expression shifted from denial to calculation. Clever, Magnus said, and his voice had changed. The friendly, paternal tone was gone, replaced by something cold and venomous. But cleverness won't save you, boy. You're still one wolf against hundreds. Primordial or not, you're untrained, inexperienced, and alone. Is he? Ravenna asked quietly. She stepped forward, placing herself between me and Magnus. Because by ancient law, a Primordial Alpha's authority supersedes all others. If what you're saying is true, if Magnus conspired to murder your father and frame you, then he's committed treason not just against Silverwood, but against the natural order itself. Other wolves were moving now, rearranging themselves. Some moving toward Magnus, others toward me. The pack was fracturing in real time, forced to choose sides. This is treason, Magnus snarled at Ravenna. You're supporting a convicted murderer based on powers he shouldn't even have. I'm supporting the law, Ravenna replied calmly. Ancient law that predates pack territories and alpha councils. If Raven speaks the truth, then you are the murderer, Magnus. And primordial law demands you face judgment. I'll face nothing from a boy who doesn't know what he is. Magnus shifted, his own alpha wolf bursting forth, a massive gray beast with brown eyes and scars from decades of battles. He was impressive, powerful, experienced. He was nothing compared to what I'd become. If you want to fight, I said, my layered voice dropping to something that resonated in the bones, I'll give you one. But know this, Magnus, when I'm done with you, you'll confess everything. Every lie, every manipulation, every wolf who helped you. Because that's what Primordial Alphas do. We extract truth from corruption, no matter how deeply it's buried. Magnus lunged, his jaws aimed for my throat. It was a killing strike, backed by decades of combat experience and alpha power. I barely moved. My paw came up, and I swatted him out of the air like he was a pup playing too rough. The impact sent him crashing into one of the standing stones hard enough to crack the ancient rock. The judgment circle went silent. You don't understand, I said, stalking toward where Magnus struggled to rise. The primordial bloodline exists because wolves needed leaders who could face things regular alphas couldn't. Creatures of darkness. Magical threats. Corruption that normal power couldn't touch. I placed one massive paw on Magnus' chest, pinning him down. He thrashed, trying to use his alpha authority to force me to submit. It washed over me like water, completely ineffective. You tried to kill me because you knew what I'd become. I continued, pressing harder. You knew that once I awakened, I'd be able to see through your schemes, your dark magic, your carefully constructed lies. So you murdered my father, framed me for it, and rushed to execute me before my primordial blood could activate. You can't prove any of that, Magnus gasped, still defiant despite being pinned. Can't I? I leaned down, my silver eyes boring into his. Primordial alphas don't just sense corruption, Magnus. We can extract it. Draw it out like poison from a wound. And once it's out, everyone can see it for what it is. I reached for that dark energy I could sense clinging to him, wrapping around his soul like chains. It responded to my will, recognizing something in my primordial power that it couldn't resist. Slowly, impossibly, I began to pull. Black smoke started seeping from Magnus' body, visible even to normal wolves. It coalesced in the air above him, forming shapes, images, memories made manifest by dark magic. The pack watched in horror as the smoke showed them the truth. Magnus meets with a dark witch in secret, trading years of his life for power and extended youth. Magnus discovered ancient texts about the primordial bloodline. Magnus learned that Tobias Thornfield carried the dormant gene and that his sons might inherit it. Magnus crafting a plan to eliminate the Silverwood Alpha and his heir, clearing the way for his own pack to dominate the Northern Territories. Magnus administered poison to my father over months, disguised as a health tonic he'd given his old friend. Magnus planted evidence in my chambers with the help of that same dark witch. Magnus coached lead investigator Thorn on exactly what to find and how to interpret it. And finally, Magnus standing in shadow, speaking to someone the smoke couldn't quite reveal. The boy must die before awakening. If he discovers what he is, everything we've worked for will be destroyed. Make sure the execution happens quickly. No delays, no appeals, no second chances. The smoke dissipated, leaving behind irrefutable truth. The judgment circle exploded in rage. Wolves howling for Magnus' blood, demanding justice, crying out against the betrayal. Magnus had killed a beloved alpha, had framed an innocent wolf, and had corrupted the very system meant to protect them. I did what was necessary, Magnus snarled, still pinned beneath my paw. The primordial bloodline is too dangerous. You're too dangerous. History shows what happens when wolves gain that much power. They become tyrants, dictators, monsters who crush everyone beneath them. No, I said quietly. History shows what happens when ordinary wolves fear what they can't control. They turn to dark magic, conspiracy, and murder. They become the very monsters they claim to fear. I looked around at my pack, wolves who'd convicted me based on lies, who'd called for my death, who'd believed the worst about me because someone had made it easy to believe. I should hate you, I said, addressing them all. You condemned me without real evidence. You turned your backs on me when I needed you most. You chose comfortable lies over uncomfortable truth. The pack shifted uneasily, shame and guilt rolling off them in waves. But I don't hate you, I continued, because this is what Magnus wanted, a pack divided, broken, easy to conquer once I was gone. He used your trust, your grief over my father's death, your fear of corruption. He weaponized your best instincts against you. I pressed harder on Magnus' chest. But I'm not my father. I'm not just an alpha groomed for leadership. I'm a primordial alpha, awakened by betrayal and tempered by injustice. And I will not be merciful to those who orchestrated this. What will you do? Ravenna asked. By ancient law, you have the authority to pass judgment. Magnus' crimes warrant execution. I looked down at the broken, exposed alpha beneath me. He'd taken everything from me, my father, my reputation, my friends, my mate, my future. He'd orchestrated a conspiracy so elaborate that it had nearly destroyed me completely. One word from me, and he'd die. No trial, no appeals, no second chances. Just swift, absolute justice. No, I said finally. The crowd murmured in confusion. Death would be too easy for you, Magnus, I explained.
Too quick.
You'd escape the consequences of your actions, avoid facing what you've done to this pack, to my family, to me. I released him, stepping back. So instead, I'm stripping you of everything. Your alpha authority, your pack standing, your territory. You're banished from every pack in the Northern Territories, marked as an oath breaker and a murderer. You'll live the rest of your life as a rogue, alone, hunted, with nothing but your guilt for company. I let my primordial power flare, and the silver markings on my body blazed bright enough to hurt. And I'm placing a curse on you. Nothing magical, nothing dark, just a guarantee. If you ever try to harm another wolf, if you ever use dark magic again, if you ever attempt to rebuild what you've lost, I will know. And I will come for you. And next time, I won't be merciful. Magnus stared at me with pure hatred, but also fear. He'd wanted me dead because he feared my power. Now he'd spend the rest of his life knowing I was out there, watching, waiting. Get out of my sight, I commanded, and the weight of primordial authority behind those words made Magnus scramble to his feet and run. He shifted mid-stride and disappeared into the forest, a broken alpha fleeing from the power he'd tried to extinguish. Silence fell over the judgment circle. Hundreds of wolves were staring at me, unsure what came next. Raven, Marcus said hesitantly. I don't know what to say. We failed you. I failed you. I looked at my former beta, my former best friend, and felt the absence of what we'd once had. You believed a lie because it was convenient, I said. You chose doubt over faith because the evidence was pretty and I was complicated. That's not friendship, Marcus. That's convenient. His face crumpled. I'm sorry. Moon Goddess, I'm so sorry. Sorry, don't resurrect my father, I replied. Sorry, don't give me back the 6 days I spent in a cell waiting to die. Sorry, don't undo the moment you looked at me and decided I was capable of murder. I turned to Drake, my twin brother. He stood frozen, his face pale with shame. You, I said, and he flinched. You knew me better than anyone. We shared a womb, Drake. We grew up together. We were mirrors of each other. And you betrayed me anyway. I thought I was doing what was right, Drake whispered. The evidence was so convincing, and Magnus was so certain. Magnus was a liar and a murderer. I roared, and Drake dropped to his knees. You sided with a stranger over your own blood. You testified against me, helped convict me, and when I begged you to believe me, you walked away. I know, Drake sobbed. I know, and I can never take it back. But Raven, please. You're my brother. We can fix this. We can. We can't fix anything, I interrupted coldly. Because I don't have a brother anymore. The bond we had was shattered the moment you chose Magnus, lies over my truth. You're nothing to me now, Drake. Just another wolf who failed when it mattered. Finally, I turned to Celeste. She stood with tears streaming down her face, still holding the ashes of our mating bracelet. I loved you, I said quietly. For 9 years, I loved you with everything I had. I planned a future with you. I would have died for you. I know, she whispered. Raven, I was scared. I was confused. If I could take it back. You can't, I said. And even if you could, it wouldn't matter. Because I saw the truth when you walked away. You didn't love me, Celeste. You loved the idea of being an alpha's mate. You loved the status, the power, the prestige. But when things got difficult, when I needed you most, you chose yourself. Her sobs intensified, but I felt nothing. The part of me that had loved her had died in that dungeon cell when she dropped the mating bracelet and walked away. I'm not the wolf I was 6 days ago, I said to the assembled pack. That Raven died during the trial. What stands before you now is something different. Something ancient. Something that won't be betrayed again. I looked at the standing stones, still glowing with primordial power. By ancient law, I claim the position of Alpha of the Silverwood Pack. Not as Tobias's heir, but as a primordial alpha exercising my right to lead. Anyone who objects can challenge me now. No one moved. No one dared. I'm also leaving, I announced, and the pack gasped. This territory holds nothing but painful memories. You've proven you're not ready for a primordial alpha's leadership. So I'm going to find others like me, wolves who carry the ancient bloodlines. Together, we'll rebuild what was lost. But the pack needs you, Ravenna protested. Raven, you can't just abandon. You abandoned me first, I interrupted. Every single one of you. So now I'm choosing myself. I'm choosing to walk away from wolves who are willing to execute me based on lies. I'm choosing to find a family that actually deserves trust. I began walking toward the edge of the judgment circle, my massive primordial form parting the crowd like a shadow through water. Wait, a voice called. I turned to see Sarah, a young wolf I'd barely noticed before. She was maybe 17, with wild red hair and desperate eyes. Take me with you. Please. Why would I do that? I asked, genuinely curious. Because I never believed you were guilty, she said, stepping forward despite her obvious fear. I watched the trial, and nothing made sense. You loved your father. Everyone knew that. But no one would listen to me because I'm just a lower-ranked wolf with no authority. She met my eyes directly. I don't care about status or power or politics. I care about the truth. And you're the only wolf in this territory who is willing to face the truth, no matter how much it cost. That's the kind of alpha I want to follow. I studied her, my primordial senses reading her energy. She was telling the truth. Through all the lies and betrayal, this one young wolf had believed in me. What's your name? I asked. Sarah Winterborn, she replied. Very well, Sarah Winterborn. You can come. But understand, the path I'm walking will be dangerous. There are others who fear the primordial bloodlines, others who'll try to kill us before we can grow strong. I can't promise you safety or comfort. I don't need promises, Sarah said. I just need purpose. Anyone else? I called the pack. Anyone else willing to walk away from comfortable lies and follow an uncertain truth? 3 more wolves stepped forward. An old warrior named Garrett who'd served my father faithfully. A healer named Luna who'd been silenced during the trial when she'd questioned the evidence. And surprisingly, a young male named Felix who'd been one of my childhood friends. That's all. I asked, looking at the hundreds who remained frozen. 4 wolves out of 1,000? That's everyone willing to follow a primordial alpha who has just proven innocent. Shame rolled through the pack, but still, no one else moved. Then I wish you well, I said. May you find an alpha who deserves your loyalty better than I apparently did. I turned and walked away, my 4 followers falling into step behind me. As we crossed the boundary of the judgment circle, I felt something shift, the ancient stones acknowledging my departure, recording this moment in whatever way they recorded pack history. Where are we going? Sarah asked as we entered the forest. North, I replied. There are stories of other primordial bloodlines that went into hiding when the purges began. If they're still alive, they'll sense my awakening. They'll find us. And if they don't, Garrett asked, then we build something new ourselves, I said. A pack based on truth instead of lies. On loyalty that's earned instead of demanded. On power used for protection instead of domination. I paused at the edge of Silverwood territory, looking back one last time at the lands my family had ruled for generations. Marcus stood at the boundary line, clearly wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Drake was there too, his face a mask of regret. And Celeste, still clutching the ashes of what we'd once had. I forgive you, I called back to them. All of you. Not because you deserve it, but because carrying hatred would only poison what I'm building. But forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation. You made your choices. Now live with them. Then I turned my back on everything I'd known and walked into the unknown, a primordial alpha with 4 followers and nothing but determination. Behind me, the Silverwood pack began to howl, a mourning song for the alpha they'd lost, the leader they'd betrayed, the future they'd destroyed. I didn't howl back. I just kept walking. Chapter 3. We traveled for 7 days before the first sign of pursuit. The northern territories were harsh, dense forests that gave way to rocky highlands, then to barren tundra where the wind cut like silver blades and the temperature dropped so low that normal wolves would have frozen within hours. But I wasn't a normal wolf anymore, and the primordial power burning inside me kept the cold at bay. My 4 followers weren't so fortunate. We need to stop, Luna said on the 5th night, her healer's instincts overriding her fear of me. Sarah's paws are bleeding. Garrett's limping from that fall yesterday, and Felix hasn't eaten properly in 3 days. If we don't rest, we'll lose someone. I looked back at my small pack, these 4 wolves who'd chosen to follow me into exile. They were exhausted, struggling, clearly wondering if they'd made a terrible mistake. Part of me, the part that was still just Raven, still wounded and angry, wanted to keep pushing. I wanted to prove I didn't need anyone, that I was strong enough alone. But the primordial consciousness stirring inside me whispered different counsel. A leader who breaks his followers serves no purpose, the ancient voice murmured. Power without wisdom is just destruction wearing a crown. Fine, I said, shifting back to human form for the first time since leaving Silverwood. The transformation was easier now, more natural, though I still felt the weight of primordial power thrumming beneath my skin. We make camp here. 3-hour rest, then we move again. 3 hours isn't enough, Luna protested, but I silenced her with a look. Magnus knows we're heading north. He may be banished and broken, but he still has allies. The longer we stay in one place, the more vulnerable we become. 3 hours. That's all I can risk. The healer wanted to argue. I could see it in her eyes. But she swallowed her protests and began setting up a small camp in the shelter of a rock outcropping. The others helped without complaint, though their movements were slow with exhaustion. I stood watch, my enhanced senses scanning the darkness for threats. The northern territories were supposedly empty, abandoned by packs centuries ago when resources became scarce and the climate grew too harsh. But my primordial instincts told me otherwise. There was something out here, old power, watching, waiting. You don't have to stand guard alone, Felix said quietly, approaching with a piece of dried meat Luna had insisted I eat. We're a pack now, right? We can share the burden. I took the meat but didn't eat it. We're not a pack, Felix. We're 5 refugees running from a conspiracy we barely understand. Don't confuse necessity with belonging. He flinched at my harsh words, but didn't retreat. Is that really what you think? That we followed you out of necessity? Didn't you? I challenged myself. You followed because staying in Silverwood meant living with the shame of what happened. This was the easier choice. No, Felix said firmly. Staying would have been easier. Going back to our lives, pretending nothing happened, letting time dull the memory of your trial. That would have been easier. Following you into frozen wastelands with no plan and no guarantees? That's the hard choice. And we made it anyway. I studied him in the moonlight. Felix had been one of my childhood friends, a wolf I'd grown up with, trained with, trusted. Until the trial, when he'd stood silent while others condemned me. I'd assumed his silence meant agreement, that he believed I was guilty. Why didn't you speak up during the trial? I asked. If you believed I was innocent, why didn't you testify on my behalf? Felix's expression twisted with shame. Because I'm a coward. Because Magnus had already convinced everyone you were guilty, and I was afraid of being labeled a traitor sympathizer. Because I told myself that my voice wouldn't matter, that one wolf couldn't change the outcome. He met my eyes directly. I was wrong. I should have stood with you even if it meant standing alone. I should have been brave enough to speak the truth when everyone else chose comfortable lies. That's why I'm here now, not to ease my guilt, but to be the wolf I should have been during the trial. The honesty in his voice was undeniable. My primordial senses could detect lies, manipulation, hidden agendas. Felix had none of those. He was simply a wolf trying to atone for his failure. It doesn't undo what happened, I said quietly. I know, Felix replied, but maybe it's a start towards something better. Before I could respond, Sarah's voice cut through the night. Raven, we've got movement to the east. I was on my feet instantly, shifting to primordial form in a heartbeat. My massive black wolf body materialized, silver markings glowing in the darkness as I scanned the direction Sarah indicated. There. 3 forms moving through the shadows, trying to stay hidden but failing against my enhanced vision. Wolves, larger than average, moving with military precision. Scouts or hunters, definitely tracking us. Everyone up, I commanded, my layered voice carrying easily. We're leaving now. I thought we had 3 hours, Garrett protested, but he was already gathering his few belongings. Plans change when we're being hunted. Move. Now. We ran, abandoning stealth for speed. Behind us, I could sense the pursuit intensifying, more wolves joining the chase, coordinating their movements. They were experienced hunters, probably sent by one of Magnus' allies to finish what the Ironwood Alpha had started. There's too many of them, Luna gasped as we raced across the frozen tundra. At least a dozen, maybe more. Raven, we can't outrun them forever. She was right. My followers were already exhausted, and the hunters behind us were fresh and determined. We needed to either hide or fight, and hiding wasn't an option in this barren landscape. There's a canyon system ahead, I said, my primordial senses showing me the geography in ways normal wolves couldn't perceive. Narrow passages, lots of places to make a stand. We funnel them and limit their numbers' advantage. Or trap ourselves with no escape route, Garrett countered. Do you have a better idea? I snapped. He didn't. None of them did. So we ran for the canyons, our pursuers closing the distance with every minute. I could hear them now, savage growls, excited yips, the sounds of predators closing in on prey they knew was cornered. We reached the canyon entrance, just as the first attacker lunged. I spun, catching the wolf mid-leap and slamming him into the canyon wall with enough force to crack stone. He dropped, unconscious or dead. I didn't care which. Inside, I roared to my followers. Get deep in the canyon and find defensible positions. They didn't argue, disappearing into the narrow passage while I held the entrance. The hunting pack circled, 12 wolves strong, all wearing identical dark leather collars marked with a symbol I didn't recognize, a circle with 3 slashes through it. We don't want trouble, the lead hunter said, a scarred female with calculating eyes. We're just here for the primordial. Hand him over, and the rest of you can go free. Not happening, Sarah called from deeper in the canyon, her voice trembling but defiant. The lead hunter sighed. Then you all die. Your choice. They attacked as a unit, coordinated and professional. These weren't random rogues or Magnus spawns. These were trained soldiers, wolves who'd spent years perfecting pack combat tactics. They should have been terrifying. Instead, they were just insufficient. I met the first wave with primordial fury unleashed. My massive form moved faster than anything their size had a right to, claws rending through flesh, jaws crushing bones, my very presence radiating power that made the weaker hunters hesitate. But they were disciplined. When I focused on one, 2 others would attack from behind. When I tried to press an advantage, they'd retreat and regroup. They were using textbook tactics for bringing down a larger, stronger opponent, wear down, exploit openings, death by 1,000 cuts. It might have worked against a normal alpha. Against a primordial, it was suicide wearing a strategy. I felt the ancient power inside me surge, responding to the threat. The silver markings on my body blazed brighter, and suddenly I could see not just where the hunters were, but where they were going to be. Their movements became predictable, their coordinated attacks transparent as glass. They fight like this because they were taught to, the primordial consciousness observed. Show them something they weren't taught to handle. I stopped moving like a wolf and started moving like something else entirely. Shadows seemed to cling to me, making my position uncertain. My strikes came from impossible angles. I used the canyon walls like they were floors, defying gravity in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The hunters began to panic. Fall back, the scarred female commanded. Regroup at the... I didn't let her finish. I closed the distance between us in a single bound and pinned her to the ground, my jaws inches from her throat. Who sent you? I demanded, my layered voice resonating with commands that made it almost impossible not to answer. The coalition, she gasped, terror finally breaking through her professional composure. We're part of the coalition of free packs. We hunt threats to pack stability. And I'm a threat? I asked, pressing harder. You're a primordial alpha, she said, as if that explained everything. Your kind can't be controlled, can't be negotiated with, can't be trusted to use their power responsibly. The coalition was formed specifically to prevent primordials from rising again. Understanding crashed over me. This isn't just Magnus. This is bigger. There's an entire organization dedicated to keeping my bloodline suppressed. For good reason, the hunter spat. History shows what primordials do when they gain power. They dominate, they conquer, they turn all other wolves into slaves. The coalition exists to prevent that nightmare from returning. I haven't dominated anyone, I growled. I haven't conquered anything. I'm just trying to survive. For now, she replied, but power corrupts. Give it time, give it opportunity, and you'll become exactly what we fear. It's inevitable. I wanted to argue, wanted to prove I was different. But how could I? I'd been a primordial for barely a week. I didn't know what I'd become with time and power. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was destined to become a tyrant. Or maybe the ancient consciousness whispered, that's exactly what they want you to believe. Keep you afraid of your own power, so you never use it to challenge their control. Let her go, Luna's voice called from the canyon. Raven, killing her won't solve anything. I looked back at my healer and saw the concern in her eyes. Not fear of the hunter, but fear of what I might become if I kept killing. With effort, I released the scarred female and stepped back. Run, I told her. Tell your coalition that I'm not interested in domination or conquest. Tell them I just want to be left alone to rebuild what was taken from me. But also tell them this, if they keep sending hunters, I'll keep breaking them. Eventually, the cost will outweigh their fear. The hunter stared at me, clearly expecting death. When it didn't come, she scrambled to her feet and fled, her surviving pack members following. Within seconds, they'd disappeared into the darkness, leaving us alone in the canyon with 6 dead wolves and too many questions. The coalition of free packs, Garrett said grimly as we examined the bodies. I've heard whispers about them. Supposedly, they're a secret alliance of alphas who work together to eliminate threats before they can destabilize pack territories. Threats like primordials, I said bitterly. So, it wasn't just Magnus who wanted me dead. There's an entire organization that sees me as a danger to be eliminated. Which means we can't trust any established pack, Felix observed. If the coalition has influence across territories, then anywhere we go could be a trap. Then we don't go to established packs, I decided. We find the scattered remnants of other primordial bloodlines. They'll be in hiding just like I was supposed to stay dormant. But they'll sense my awakening. They'll know one of their own has returned. And if they don't exist? Sarah asked quietly. If you're the last one? I looked at my small, exhausted, bloodied pack of 5 wolves who'd chosen to follow a leader they barely knew into a future that promised nothing but danger. Then we become the first of a new generation, I said. We build something that doesn't need the coalition's approval or Magnus schemes. We create a pack based on truth, loyalty, and power used for protection instead of domination. That's a nice dream, Luna said, tending to Sarah's injuries. But dreams require resources, territory, and time. We have none of those things. Then we'll take them, I replied. The coalition thinks I'm a threat? Fine. Let's give them a reason to be afraid. Not because I'm conquering anyone, but because I refuse to be erased from history just because my power makes others uncomfortable. The ancient consciousness inside me purred with approval. Now you're thinking like a primordial, not as a victim seeking acceptance, but as a force that shapes reality according to its own will. We pushed deeper into the canyons that night, using the narrow passages to cover our scent trail and discourage further pursuit. By dawn, we put enough distance between ourselves and the ambush site that I felt comfortable letting my followers rest for real. For hours, I announced. Sleep, eat, tend your wounds. I'll keep watch. This time, no one argued. They collapsed into exhausted sleep almost immediately, trusting me to keep them safe. That trust should have felt good, validating. Instead, it felt like a weight pressing down on my shoulders. They follow you now, the primordial consciousness observed. But leadership isn't about having followers. It's about knowing where to lead them. Do you know where you're going, young Alpha? No, I admitted silently. I barely know what I am, let alone where I should be going. Then perhaps it's time you learned, the voice suggested. The primordial bloodlines didn't just vanish by accident. We were hunted, systematically eliminated by those who feared our power. But some survived by hiding, by going so deep into isolation that even the coalition couldn't find them. Where? I asked. North, came the reply. Always north, to the places where normal wolves fear to tread. To the frozen peaks, where the first primordials were born and where the last might still survive. I looked toward the northern horizon, where jagged mountains pierced the sky like broken teeth. The frozen peaks, a mountain range so treacherous that no pack had successfully crossed them in recorded history. Storms that could kill in minutes, temperatures that froze flesh in seconds, predators that made even alphas hesitate. It was suicide. It was also the only path forward. How far? I asked about ancient consciousness. 2 weeks if you're lucky. A month if you're not. And that's assuming you survived the journey at all. What's waiting at the end? Answers, the voice replied. About what you are, what you can become, and what the coalition fears most. Also, possibly others like you, primordials who survived the purges by becoming something the hunters didn't recognize. I looked back at my sleeping followers. Sarah, curled up with her back against Felix for warmth. Garrett, unconscious, but still gripping his weapons out of warrior instinct. Luna, even in sleep positioning herself where she could quickly reach anyone who needed healing. They'd followed me this far on nothing but faith and desperation. Now I was considering leading them into mountains that could kill us all. They deserve a choice, I muttered. They made their choice when they followed you from Silverwood, the primordial consciousness countered. Now you make yours. Will you chase answers that might get everyone killed? Or will you settle for survival, never knowing what you truly are? It wasn't really a choice. I'd spent 24 years not knowing what I was, living as something incomplete. The moment my primordial blood awakened, that ignorance became intolerable. I needed to understand this power, master it, learn what it meant to be what I'd become. Even if the learning killed me. When my followers woke, I told them about the frozen peaks, about the possibility of other primordials, about the likelihood that we'd all die trying to reach them. So we're trading one impossible situation for another, Felix summarized. At least we're consistent. I'm giving you a choice, I said. This is my path, my need for answers. But it doesn't have to be yours. You could head west to the coastal territories, find a pack willing to take in refugees. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be safer than following me into those mountains. And miss the chance to see what's actually up there? Sarah said with a grin that looked slightly manic. No way. I didn't follow you to play it safe, Raven. I followed you because you're doing something unprecedented. I want to see where that leads. Even if it leads to frozen corpses? Luna asked dryly. Especially then, Sarah replied. At least it'll be an interesting death. Garrett nodded slowly. I served your father for 20 years. I owe it to his memory to see his son through this journey, wherever it ends. Felix just shrugged. I'm too invested to quit now. Plus, someone needs to keep you from becoming the tyrant the coalition thinks you'll turn into. Might as well be me. Luna sighed, the sound of someone accepting the inevitable. I'm a healer. My purpose is preserving life. I can't do that if I abandon you to die in those mountains. So, I guess I'm coming too, against my better judgment. I looked at these 4 wolves, scared, wounded, following a leader who is barely more than a week old in his true form. They should have run. Should have chosen the safer path. Instead, they chose me. Then we leave at nightfall, I said. The frozen peaks don't forgive mistakes, so we prepare as much as possible. Gather every scrap of food we can find, every piece of warm hide from the hunters we killed. Luna, assess everyone's condition and tell me honestly if anyone's too injured to make the journey. We're all too injured, Luna replied. But we're going anyway, so what's the point of honesty? Despite everything, I almost smiled. Fair enough. We spent the day preparing, transforming the hunters' gear into supplies we could use. Their leather collars became wrapping for damaged paws. Their weapons became tools for hunting and defense. Even their bodies provided meat we'd need for the journey ahead, though the act of consuming fallen enemies left a bitter taste. Survival requires difficult choices, the primordial consciousness reminded me. Sentiment is a luxury you can't afford in the frozen peaks. As the sun set and we prepared to move out, I took one last look back toward the south. Somewhere beyond the horizon was Silverwood, the pack that had raised me, betrayed me, tried to execute me. Marcus was there, living with his doubt. Drake was there, living with his guilt. Celeste was there, living with the ashes of what we'd been. Part of me hoped they were suffering, hoped they couldn't sleep, couldn't find peace, couldn't escape the weight of what they'd done. But mostly, I just felt empty where they used to be. Ready? Felix asked, pulling me from my thoughts. No, I admitted, but we're going anyway. We turned north and began the trek toward the frozen peaks, 5 wolves against impossible odds, chasing answers that might not exist. Behind us, in the canyon where we'd fought the coalition hunters, something stirred. A shadow that wasn't quite wolf, wasn't quite anything definable. It watched us go, its attention fixed specifically on me. Then it melted back into darkness and disappeared, leaving only a whisper on the wind that sounded almost like laughter. The coalition wasn't done with us. And neither was whatever was hunting in those mountains. Chapter 4. The frozen peaks earned their reputation within the first hour. We'd barely crossed into the mountain range when the temperature plummeted so drastically that ice began forming on our fur. The wind howled like a living thing, carrying snow so thick I could barely see Felix walking 3 feet ahead of me. And the cold, moon goddess. The cold was unlike anything I'd experienced. It wasn't just physical discomfort. This cold felt malicious, sentient, like it was actively seeking ways to kill us. It found the gaps in our fur, the places where we were already wounded, the weak points in our defenses. Within minutes, Sarah was shivering violently despite her thick winter coat. "We need shelter," Luna shouted over the wind, her healer's instincts overriding her exhaustion. "Now, Raven. Another 10 minutes in this, and we'll start losing extremities to frostbite." I pushed my primordial senses outward, searching for anything that could provide protection from the storm. The power inside me responded, showing me the mountain's geography in ways normal wolves couldn't perceive. Heat signatures, air currents, structural weaknesses in the stone. There. A cave system about half a mile northeast, deep enough to escape the worst of the wind. "Follow me," I commanded, shifting to full primordial form. The transformation brought relief. My massive black body generated more heat, and the ancient power thrumming through me seemed to repel the worst of the cold. "Stay close and don't stop moving." We fought through the blizzard, each step a battle against wind that tried to throw us off the narrow mountain path. Garrett slipped twice, saved only by Felix grabbing his scruff and hauling him back from edges that dropped into darkness. Sarah's lips were turning blue, her movements becoming sluggish. "Almost there," I shouted, though I wasn't sure anyone could hear me over the screaming wind. The cave entrance appeared like a blessing, a dark mouth in the mountainside that promised shelter from the storm. I pushed through first, my primordial senses scanning for threats. Empty. Cold, but dry and protected from the wind. "Inside, everyone," I ordered. My 4 followers stumbled into the cave and collapsed immediately, too exhausted even to move deeper into the shelter. Luna was already checking Sarah, whose shivering had become violent enough to be dangerous. "Hypothermia," the healer announced grimly. "Early stages, but it'll get worse if we don't warm her up fast. We need fire." "There's no wood up here," Garrett observed, his warrior's eyes scanning our barren stone prison. "Nothing to burn except what we brought, and that won't last more than an hour." I looked at my primordial form, at the power radiating from my body in waves of heat and light. The ancient consciousness stirred. "Primordials don't just generate physical heat," it explained. "We can channel energy directly, transforming raw power into warmth. It's draining but possible." "Everyone gather close," I commanded, settling in the center of the cave. "Use my body heat." I can sustain it longer than normal wolves. They hesitated. Even after everything we'd been through, the idea of pressing against a primordial alpha still triggered instinctive fear. But survival trumped instinct. One by one, they arranged themselves around me, their smaller wolf forms seeking the warmth radiating from my much larger body. I focused on channeling the primordial power, not into aggression or combat, but into simple, sustained heat. It was harder than fighting, required more control, more finesse. But slowly, gradually, I felt my followers' shivering decrease as warmth seeped into their frozen bodies. "Thank you," Sarah murmured, her voice weak but grateful. "I thought I was going to die out there." "We all almost died," Felix said. "And that was just the first hour. How are we supposed to survive 2 weeks of this?" It was a fair question. If the approach to the frozen peaks was this deadly, what would the actual mountains be like? "We adapt," I said. "We learn to work with the environment instead of against it. And we trust that whatever primordials survived up here found a way to make it work." "Big assumptions," Garrett muttered. "What if there's nothing up here except frozen corpses of other wolves who had the same idea?" "Then we'll be in good company," I replied dryly. Luna shifted to human form, wrapping herself in the leather we'd salvaged from the coalition hunters. "We need to talk strategy," she said, her practical healer's mind already working on solutions. "That storm isn't natural." I could feel it. There's something wrong with the weather patterns up here. Almost like the mountains themselves are alive and hostile. "You're not wrong," I admitted. "My primordial senses are picking up something. Energy patterns that shouldn't exist in normal geography. The frozen peaks aren't just harsh terrain. They're actively defensive." "Defensive against what?" Felix asked. "Against intruders," I said slowly, pieces clicking together. "Think about it. These mountains have kept every pack away for centuries. Not because they're impossible to cross, but because they kill anyone who tries. What if that's deliberate? What if the primordials who came here created defenses to keep normal wolves out?" The implications hung heavy in the cold air. "You're saying the mountains are a test," Sarah said quietly. "That we're supposed to prove we're worthy of whatever's on the other side. Or die trying," Garrett added grimly. I nodded. Primordial bloodlines were always about trials, proving strength through adversity. If there are others like me up here, they wouldn't make reaching them easy. They'd want to ensure that only those worthy of primordial knowledge could actually find them. "So, how do we prove we're worthy?" Luna asked. Before I could answer, the cave began to shake. Not an earthquake, something else. The stone walls started glowing with the same silver light that marked my primordial form, ancient runes appearing in the rock like they'd been carved there millennia ago, and were only now revealing themselves. "Raven." Sarah's voice was tight with fear. "What's happening?" The runes coalesced into words, written in a language I shouldn't have been able to read, but understood perfectly. The same language my primordial markings spelled out. First trial, dominance. Prove your strength or be consumed by it. The ground beneath us split open, not into a chasm but into something worse. Shadows began pouring out, thick and oily and wrong. They moved like living things, coalescing into shapes that looked almost wolf-like but twisted, corrupted. Shade wolves, I breathed, my primordial instincts recognizing what they were. Manifestations of corrupted power. They're not alive, they're tests given form. There were 7 of them, each one as large as a normal alpha, made entirely of that writhing shadow. Their eyes burned with pale fire, and when they growled, the sound was like glass scraping against stone. "Can we fight them?" Felix asked, already shifting to a combat stance. "You can't," I said, understanding flooding through me. "This is my trial." The first trial tests whether a primordial can control their own power, can face their own darkness without being consumed by it. If you interfere, the trial fails and we all die. "That's insane," Luna protested. "You expect us to just watch while you—" "Yes," I interrupted, my layered voice brooking no argument. "Get to the back of the cave. Whatever happens, don't interfere. This is what I came here for, to understand what I am. Let me do it." They retreated reluctantly, leaving me alone in the center of the cave as the 7 shade wolves began to circle. I could feel them now, not as separate entities, but as extensions of something deeper. They were pieces of my own power, my own potential for darkness, made manifest and hostile. "This is what you could become," the primordial consciousness whispered. "Pure power without conscience, strength without control. The coalition fears you becoming this. The question is, do you fear it too?" The first shade wolf lunged, faster than anything that size should move. I met it head-on, primordial power surging as we collided. Its claws raked across my side, and where they touched, I felt more than physical pain. I felt doubt, fear, the gnawing certainty that I was exactly what the coalition believed, a monster waiting to happen. I threw it off, but 2 more attacked immediately, working in perfect coordination. They weren't just testing my strength, they were testing my resolve, my ability to fight without succumbing to the very darkness they represented. One of them got past my defenses and sank shadow teeth into my shoulder. Pain exploded through me, but worse was the whisper that came with it. "You enjoyed killing those coalition hunters," a voice that sounded like my own hissed in my mind. "You felt powerful, unstoppable. That's what you really want, not justice, not answers. You want to make everyone who hurt you suffer." "No," I snarled, ripping the shade wolf off and slamming it into the cave wall. "I want the truth. I want to understand what I am." "Liar," another shade wolf circled, its burning eyes fixed on me. "You want revenge. You want Marcus to grovel. You want Drake to break. You want Celeste to realize what she lost and spend the rest of her life regretting it." The words struck deeper than claws because they held truth. I did want those things. Late at night, when my followers were sleeping and I was alone with my thoughts, I fantasized about returning to Silverwood in triumph, about making everyone who'd betrayed me face what they'd done. "Wanting revenge doesn't make me a monster," I said, batting away another attack. "It makes me someone who is hurt and wants justice." "Justice?" The largest shade wolf spoke, its voice a mockery of my own. "Is that what you call it? Or is it just cruelty wearing a prettier name?" 3 of them attacked simultaneously, and I was forced to unleash more power. Silver light blazed from my primordial markings, burning through shadow, dispersing the manifestations temporarily. But they reformed immediately, seemingly stronger than before. "You can't destroy us," they chorused. "We're part of you. Your anger, your pain, your potential for darkness. The more you fight, the stronger we become." I stumbled, breathing hard, ichor from the shade wolves' attacks dripping down my sides. They were right. I couldn't win this fight through raw power. Every time I struck them down, they came back stronger, fed by my aggression. The trial wasn't about defeating them. It was about something else. Understanding the ancient primordial consciousness suggested. The first trial isn't about dominance over others. It's about dominance over yourself. I stopped fighting. The shade wolves paused, confused by my sudden stillness. "You're right," I said to them, to myself, to the darkness I carried. "I do want revenge. I am angry. I do have the potential to become exactly what the coalition fears." The shade wolves began to advance, sensing weakness. "But I also have the choice not to be that," I continued. "Every moment, every decision, I can choose whether to let the darkness control me or whether I control it. That's what makes me different from a monster. Not the absence of dark impulses, but the choice to not let them rule me." I sat down, deliberately vulnerable, and looked at the 7 manifestations of my own potential corruption. "You're part of me," I acknowledged. "You're the rage at being betrayed, the pain of being rejected, the fear that maybe everyone was right about me. I can't destroy you because destroying you would mean destroying parts of myself that are legitimate, that have a right to exist." The shade wolves stopped circling, watching me with those burning eyes. "But you don't get to control me," I said firmly. "You're passengers, not drivers. I acknowledge you exist. I accept that I'll always carry this capacity for darkness. But I choose not to let it define me." I closed my eyes and reached inward, not fighting the darkness, but embracing it. accepting it as part of myself while refusing to give it authority over my choices. The shade wolves began to dissolve, not violently, but gradually. As they faded, I felt their essence returning to me, not as hostile forces, but as integrated aspects of my power. The anger, the pain, the fear, they were all still there, but they were mine now. I controlled them instead of them controlling me. When I opened my eyes, the cave was quiet. The silver runes on the walls had changed, now reading. First trial complete. Dominance achieved through acceptance. I shifted back to human form, suddenly exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Luna was there immediately, checking the wounds the shade wolves had left. "Those are deep," she said, concern evident in her voice. "And they're not healing like normal injuries. There's something dark about them." "They'll heal," I assured her. "They're reminders, not permanent damage." The trial took pieces of my own power and turned them against me. "The wounds are from fighting myself." "Did you win?" Sarah asked quietly. I considered the question. I don't think it was about winning. It was about understanding that power, without self-awareness, is just destruction waiting to happen. The primordials who created this trial wanted to make sure anyone who reached them understood that basic truth. "One trial down," Felix observed. "How many more do you think there are?" As if in answer, new runes appeared on the cave wall. 7 trials for 7 truths. Only those who master all may reach the summit. 7, Garrett groaned. Of course it's 7. Why would ancient, all-powerful beings make anything simple? Despite the pain and exhaustion, I almost laughed. Because simple doesn't prove anything. If reaching the summit was easy, everyone would do it. The trials exist to ensure that only those truly ready for primordial knowledge can access it. And what happens if we fail one of the trials? Luna asked. I looked at the scorch marks where the shade wolves had dissolved, at the cracks in the cave floor where our battle had damaged the stone. "We die," I said simply. "Probably painfully. Definitely permanently." "Wonderful," Felix muttered. "Just wonderful." We spent what remained of the night in that cave, too exhausted to push further into the mountains. I kept watch again, my mind replaying the trial, analyzing what I'd learned. The shade wolves represented my capacity for corruption, I thought. They showed me that power without conscience is just monstrosity, wearing a different face. But I chose to integrate that darkness instead of denying it existed. Is that what makes a primordial different from a tyrant? The conscious choice to acknowledge our capacity for evil while refusing to indulge it? Perhaps, the ancient consciousness replied. Or perhaps it's just the first step on a longer journey. The trials will get harder, young Alpha. Each one will challenge a different aspect of what you are, what you could become. The first trial tested your relationship with your own power. The remaining 6 will test everything else. What's the second trial? I asked silently. You'll know when you face it. The trials reveal themselves when you're ready, not before. Dawn came slowly to the frozen peaks, the sun struggling to penetrate the perpetual storm clouds. When my followers woke, they looked marginally better. Rest and warmth had helped, though everyone was still bearing injuries from our journey. We need food, Luna announced after assessing everyone. Our supplies won't last more than 3 days at this rate, and we're burning energy faster than we can replace it in this cold. I'll hunt, I said, shifting to primordial form. There has to be something living up here, even if it's just mountain goats or... A howl cut through the morning air. Not a wolf's howl. This was deeper, more resonant, carrying harmonics that made my primordial markings tingle with recognition. Another primordial. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. Yes, I breathed, hardly daring to hope. That's not a normal wolf. That's one of us. The howl came again, this time clearly directional. Not a challenge or a warning, an invitation. Or possibly a summons. Could be a trap, Garrett warned. We know the coalition is hunting you. They could have primordials working for them. Possible, I admitted. But if there's even a chance that's a genuine primordial trying to make contact, I have to investigate. We investigate, Felix corrected. Remember? We're a pack now. Stop trying to do everything alone. I wanted to argue, wanted to protect them from whatever danger might be waiting. But the truth was I needed them. Not just as followers, but as anchors, wolves who reminded me that power without connection was just isolation wearing a crown. Fine, I conceded. But we approach each other carefully. Luna, can you track the howl's origin? The healer closed her eyes, her own enhanced senses reaching out. Northeast, maybe 2 miles. There's something strange about the direction. It's like the sound is coming from multiple places at once. Acoustic tricks in the mountains, Garrett suggested. Sound bounces weird in terrain like this. Or it was deliberate misdirection, designed to confuse intruders while guiding those who knew what to listen for. We moved out, following the periodic howls deeper into the frozen peaks. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous, narrow paths that skirted bottomless crevasses, ice fields that could swallow an unwary wolf, winds that tried to peel flesh from bone. But the howls continued, always just ahead, always beckoning us forward. This feels like another trial, Sarah observed after we'd been traveling for an hour. Like we're being tested just by trying to reach whoever's making that sound. She was probably right. Everything about the frozen peaks seemed designed to evaluate, to challenge, to sort the worthy from the inadequate. The howl sounded again, close now. Just beyond the next ridge. We crested the rise and froze. Before us stretched a valley that shouldn't have existed, a pocket of relative warmth in the frozen wasteland, with actual vegetation, flowing water, and most impossibly, structures. Not caves or natural formations, but deliberately constructed buildings made from stone and ice, arranged in a pattern that suggested community. Habitation. And in the center of that impossible valley stood a wolf that made even my primordial form look small. She was ancient, not old in the way of elderly wolves, but ancient in the way of mountains and glaciers, something that had existed for so long it had become part of the landscape itself. Her fur was pure white, not the silver white of age, but the absolute white of fresh snow. Markings covered her body in patterns far more complex than mine, telling stories in a language I was only beginning to understand. Her eyes, when they fixed on us, were the silver gold of dawn light on ice. Primordial eyes. But unlike mine, which still held traces of my former self, hers were completely alien, the eyes of something that had transcended normal wolf nature entirely. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of centuries. "Welcome, young Primordial," she said, her layered tones making my own sound like a whisper by comparison. "We've been waiting a very long time for one of our bloodline to find this place." I shifted to human form, suddenly feeling very small and very young before this creature of impossible age and power. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, and there was something terrible and beautiful in that expression. "I am Kester Frostborn," she replied, "last of the first-generation primordials, guardian of the frozen peaks, keeper of the truths your kind has forgotten." Her eyes swept over my small pack, assessing each wolf with casual intensity. "And apparently your teacher. Because if you manage to pass the first trial on instinct alone, you're going to need serious training before the remaining 6 trials kill you." She turned, her massive form moving with impossible grace toward the valley settlement. "Come," she commanded, and it wasn't a request. "Your real education begins now. And trust me, young Alpha, you are nowhere near ready for what you think you're seeking." I looked at my followers, Sarah's wide-eyed wonder, Felix's cautious optimism, Garrett's warrior skepticism, Luna's careful assessment. They were waiting for my decision, trusting me to lead them safely. I had no idea if following this ancient primordial was safe, but I knew with absolute certainty that it was necessary.
"Let's go," I said.
We came for answers. Looks like we found someone who might actually have them. We descended into the valley, and with each step, I felt the weight of what I'd undertaken settling more heavily on my shoulders. This wasn't just about clearing my name or understanding my power anymore. This was about discovering what primordials truly were and what I was meant to become. Chapter 5. The Valley Settlement was nothing like any pack territory I'd ever seen. Where normal packs built structures for practicality, dens for sleeping, halls for gathering, storage for resources, this place was designed with a purpose that went far deeper. Every building was positioned according to patterns that resonated with my primordial instincts. The stone pathways formed symbols I couldn't quite read, but understood on an instinctual level. Even the way the ice reflected light seemed deliberate, creating patterns that shifted and changed with the sun's movement. This entire valley is a teaching tool, Luna whispered as we followed Kestra through the settlement. Every element is designed to instruct, to reveal knowledge to those who know how to see it. Correct, Kestra said without turning, her ancient voice carrying easily despite the distance. The valley was created by the first primordials as a sanctuary and academy. Every stone, every structure, every shadow holds lessons for those worthy of learning them. Most wolves who stumble here see only buildings and ice. Primordials see the truth beneath. We passed other wolves as we walked, 7 in total, all bearing primordial markings, though none as extensive as Kestra's or even mine. They watched us with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility, but none spoke. They simply observed, assessing, judging. How many survive here? I asked Kestra. 8, including myself, she replied. We are all that remains of bloodlines that once numbered in the thousands. The Coalition and their predecessors were very thorough in their extermination efforts. What you see here represents 3 centuries of survivors finding the sanctuary one at a time, seeking answers just as you do now. She led us to the largest structure, a circular building made entirely of ice that somehow didn't melt despite the valley's relative warmth. The walls were transparent, revealing intricate carvings within the ice itself. Stories, I realized. History preserved in frozen moments. Your companions may rest in the guest quarters, Kestra said, finally turning to face us. In human form, she appeared as a woman who could have been anywhere from 40 to 400 years old, with white hair that fell past her waist and those unsettling silver-gold eyes. You, young primordial, come with me. We have much to discuss and very little time. Why little time? I asked, shifting to human form as well. My followers looked uncertain about being separated, but I nodded to them.
Go. Rest.
You've earned it. They left reluctantly, guided by one of the other primordials, a male with midnight blue markings who introduced himself curtly as Theron. Once we were alone, Kestra's demeanor shifted. The formal guardian facade dropped, replaced by something sharper, more urgent. You passed the first trial by accident, she said bluntly. Pure instinct and blind luck. The Shade Wolves should have torn you apart, but you stumbled onto the correct response through desperation rather than understanding. Her words stung, but I couldn't argue. She was right. The remaining 6 trials will not be so forgiving, Kestra continued. Each one is designed to break you in specific ways, to test whether you possess not just power, but the wisdom to wield it responsibly. The second trial tests sacrifice. The 3rd tests loyalty. The 4th tests mercy. The 5th tests justice. The 6th tests humility. And the 7th. She paused, something ancient and painful crossing her face. The 7th trial has killed every primordial who attempted it in the last 200 years. Including you? I asked. I never attempted it, Kestra admitted. I reached the 6th trial and stopped. Decided that whatever lay beyond wasn't worth the risk. I've spent the last century and a half here instead, teaching those who come seeking knowledge, trying to preserve what little remains of our legacy. She walked to one of the ice walls, running her fingers over the carved stories. Do you know why the Coalition fears primordials so much, Raven Thornfield? Because we're more powerful than normal alphas, I said. Because we can't be controlled. Partially true, Kestra said. But the real reason runs deeper. Primordials aren't just powerful, we're necessary. We exist to maintain balance in the wolf world, to prevent the corruption and tyranny that arises when ordinary alphas accumulate too much power without oversight. She tapped one of the ice carvings, and it began to glow. Images appeared, primordials standing as judges, settling disputes between packs, stopping wars before they could devastate territories. For thousands of years, we served as arbiters, peacekeepers, the ultimate authority that even the strongest alphas had to respect. We were the check against absolute power. So what changed? I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. The alphas grew tired of being checked, Kestra said simply. They wanted freedom to rule their territories without interference, to pursue their ambitions without some primordial arriving to enforce ancient laws. So they began a campaign, slowly, carefully, over generations, to convince the wolf world that primordials were dangerous, unstable, tyrants in waiting. She gestured to another carving, this one showing primordials being hunted, killed, their bloodlines systematically eliminated. They created the coalition under the guise of protecting pack sovereignty. In reality, it was an extermination force designed to ensure that no primordial would ever again have the authority to limit an alpha's power. The implications were staggering. So, everything the coalition says about primordials being dangerous is projection, Kestra interrupted. They accuse us of the very tyranny they practice. They claim we can't be trusted with power, while they hoard it for themselves without accountability. It's a masterful manipulation, really. Turn our greatest strength, our ability to enforce justice, into our greatest perceived weakness. I thought about Magnus, about the conspiracy that had killed my father and framed me, about the coalition hunters who'd attacked us without provocation, about an entire system designed to eliminate anyone who might challenge alpha supremacy. If primordials were meant to maintain balance, I said slowly, then their extinction means there's nothing to stop alphas from becoming exactly what they accused primordials of being. Now you're beginning to understand, Kestra said with grim satisfaction. The wolf world has been without proper oversight for 3 centuries. In that time, corruption has festered. Alphas like Magnus Ironhide are the norm, not the exception. Dark magic, political manipulation, systematic oppression of lower-ranked wolves, these have all become accepted practice because there's no higher authority to prevent them. She turned to face me fully, and the weight of centuries pressed down through her gaze. That's why your awakening terrifies them, Raven. Not because you're dangerous, but because you represent the return of accountability. If one primordial can awaken, others might follow. The system the coalition built to consolidate power could crumble. So they'll keep trying to kill me, I said. Keep sending hunters, keep fabricating evidence, keep doing whatever it takes to ensure I don't survive long enough to challenge their authority. Precisely, Kestra confirmed. Which is why you need to complete the trials. The knowledge and power they unlock isn't just about personal growth, it's about survival. Every trial teaches you something essential about what primordials are, what we can do, how we're meant to function in the world. She moved to a different section of the ice wall, where 7 symbols were carved in a vertical line. The first trial taught you to master your own darkness, to acknowledge your capacity for corruption without letting it control you. That's the foundation, self-awareness, self-control. Her finger traced to the second symbol. The second trial will test your willingness to sacrifice. Power always demands a price, Raven. The question is whether you're willing to pay it, and whether you understand what you're sacrificing and why. When do I face it?
I asked.
When you're ready, Kestra replied. The trials aren't scheduled events. They manifest when you've learned enough to have a chance at survival, but before you've learned so much that they become trivial. It's a balance maintained by the valley itself. The same ancient magic that built this place monitors those who come here, assessing their growth. She gestured toward the door. For now, you train. You learn what I can teach you about primordial nature, about the powers you haven't even begun to access, about the responsibilities that come with what you are. What about my pack? I asked. Sarah, Felix, Garrett, Luna, they followed me here. I can't just abandon them to train alone. Something softened in Kestra's ancient eyes. You care about them. That's good. Too many primordials throughout history became so focused on their power that they forgot why that power existed in the first place, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. She opened the door, and I could see my 4 followers being shown to quarters by Theron. They looked exhausted but alive, safe for the first time since we'd left Silverwood. They'll be trained as well, Kester said. Not in primordial arts, they lack the bloodline for that, but in how to support a Primordial Alpha. How to ground you when power threatens to overwhelm your humanity. How to remind you of what you're fighting for when the trials make you question everything. You've done this before, I realized. Trained packs that followed primordials here. 7 times in the last century, Kester confirmed. Most didn't survive their primordials trials. Those who did became legends, wolves who stood beside powers far greater than themselves and helped shape those powers into forces for good rather than destruction. She looked at me with something that might have been hope. Your companions show promise, Raven. That one with the red hair, Sarah, she has potential for something rare. The healer has wisdom beyond her years. The warrior carries honor that's increasingly uncommon. And the one called Felix, Kestra smiled slightly. He has the gift of keeping powerful beings humble. That alone makes him invaluable. Train them well, I said. They're not just my followers. They're my friends. My family. The only family I have left after Silverwood destroyed everything else. Then we begin tomorrow, Kester decided. Tonight you rest.
Eat.
Recover from the journey here. But at dawn, your real education starts. And I warn you, Raven Thornfield, what I'm about to teach you will be harder than anything you've faced so far. Because it's one thing to survive trials by instinct. It's entirely another to master the knowledge necessary to complete them deliberately. She paused at the doorway. One more thing. While you're here, you'll meet the other survivors. Some will welcome you. Others will resent you for awakening so late, for not being here when previous primordials needed support. And at least one will likely challenge you, testing whether you truly deserve the power you've inherited.
Who? I asked.
Kestra's smile was grim. You'll know when it happens. Just remember, not all enemies wear coalition collars. Sometimes the greatest threats come from those who should be allies but have let bitterness and isolation corrupt their judgment. She left before I could ask more questions, leaving me alone in the ice hall with its carved histories and 7 trial symbols glowing faintly on the wall. I traced my fingers over the second symbol, a circle bisected by a vertical line, representing sacrifice and division. What would this trial demand of me? What would I have to give up to prove I was worthy of primordial knowledge? Whatever it asks, you'll pay it, the ancient consciousness inside me whispered. Because turning back isn't an option anymore. You've come too far, learned too much, become too dangerous to the coalition. The only path is forward, through the trials, toward whatever waits at the summit. I found my followers in the guest quarters, a surprisingly comfortable series of rooms carved into the ice, but somehow maintaining warmth through methods I didn't understand. Probably more primordial magic woven into the valley's foundation. This place is incredible, Sarah said the moment she saw me, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten in her enthusiasm. Did you see the training grounds? They have obstacles that shift and change on their own, responding to whoever's using them. And the library. There's an actual library here, Raven, with texts about wolf history that go back thousands of years. Sarah barely let me finish healing her before she was exploring. Luna said dryly, but there was fondness in her tone. Though I admit, the medical facilities here are far beyond anything I've ever seen. They have herbs and techniques I didn't know existed. Theron's offered to spar with me tomorrow, Garrett added, sharpening one of his blades with practiced efficiency. Says I fight like a regular pack warrior, and he can teach me how to fight alongside a primordial. Apparently, it requires different tactics entirely. Felix just sat quietly in the corner, watching me with assessing eyes. What did Kester tell you? He asked. I explained everything. The trials, the history of primordial extinction, the coalition's true purpose, the price of the power I'd inherited. When I finished, silence filled the room. So we're not just running from Magnus anymore, Sarah said slowly. We're up against an organization that spent 3 centuries systematically eliminating anyone like you. And I'm expected to complete 6 more trials that could kill me at any moment, I added. While also learning to master powers I barely understand, and potentially facing challenges from the other primordials here who may resent my existence. When you say it like that, it sounds almost impossible, Felix observed. It probably is impossible, I admitted. But what choice do I have? The coalition won't stop hunting me. Magnus won't stop scheming. And without completing these trials, I'll never be strong enough to protect myself, let alone build the kind of pack I want to create. Then we make the impossible possible, Garrett said with warrior's certainty. We've survived everything else so far. A few ancient trials and some political manipulation? We can handle that. Your optimism is either inspiring or delusional, Luna said. I haven't decided which. Can it be both? Sarah suggested with a tired smile. Despite everything, the danger, the uncertainty, the trials that waited, I felt something loosen in my chest. These wolves had followed me into frozen mountains, survived blizzards and coalition attacks, watched me battle manifestations of my own darkness. And they were still here, still joking, still believing we could somehow make this work. Get some sleep, I told them. Tomorrow we start training, and according to Kestra, it's going to make everything we've done so far look easy. They settled in for the night, exhaustion finally claiming them. But I stayed awake, standing at the window and looking out over the impossible valley. Somewhere in this settlement were 7 other primordials, each one carrying their own story of survival, their own reasons for seeking this sanctuary. Tomorrow I'd meet them, learn from them, possibly have to prove myself against them. And always, lurking in the back of my mind, was the knowledge that 6 more trials waited. 6 more tests designed to break me, to determine if I deserve the power I'd inherited. Are you afraid? The ancient consciousness asked. Terrified, I admitted silently. Good. Fear means you understand the stakes. It's those who face these trials without fear who fail most catastrophically. They mistake confidence for competence, arrogance for strength. What if I'm not strong enough? I asked. What if I fail? Then you fail, came the blunt reply. But you'll fail having tried, having pushed yourself to your absolute limit. That's more than can be said for those who never attempt greatness, because they fear the cost of failure. I thought about my father, about the alpha he'd been, strong, wise, respected. Would he be proud of what I was becoming? Or would he be horrified that his son had awakened as something so dangerous, so other? I'd never know. Magnus had taken that possibility away when he'd poisoned the one person whose opinion truly mattered to me. Use that, the consciousness urged, not for revenge, but as motivation. Your father trained you to lead, to protect, to serve your pack's best interests. He didn't know you carried primordial blood, but he prepared you for exactly this kind of responsibility. Honor his memory by becoming the leader he tried to shape, just with power he never imagined. Dawn came softly to the valley, the sun's light refracting through the ice structures in ways that painted the settlement with rainbows. I'd been awake all night, too restless to sleep, my mind spinning through everything Kestra had told me. My followers emerged one by one, looking marginally more rested though still bearing the exhaustion of our journey. We gathered in the main courtyard, where Kestra waited along with the 7 other primordials who called this place home. Introductions, Kestra announced. Raven Thornfield, meet what remains of our kind. She gestured to each primordial in turn. Theron, the midnight blue-marked male who'd guided my pack yesterday, stern, disciplined, radiating warrior energy. Nyx, a female with silver and black markings who studied me with calculating intelligence. Ember, whose red-gold patterns suggested fire and passion barely contained. Frost, whose ice-blue markings matched his cold demeanor. Storm, marked in gray and white, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Aurora, whose multicolored markings shifted like northern lights, watching me with gentle curiosity. And finally, Ash, marked in charcoal gray, whose hostile stare made his opinion of me very clear. 8 primordials, I said, counting Kestra. From bloodlines that once numbered thousands. 8 survivors from 3 centuries of systematic genocide, Ash corrected, his voice sharp with bitterness. And now you show up, barely awakened, untrained, dragging normal wolves into our sanctuary like you're on some kind of adventure. Ash, Kestra warned, but the gray-marked Primordial ignored her. How old are you? Ash demanded, stalking toward me. 25? 24? You've been a Primordial for what, a week? 2 weeks? And you think you deserve to be here, to learn secrets it took us decades to master? I'm here because I need answers, I replied, keeping my voice level despite his aggression. I'm here because the Coalition tried to execute me, and I need to understand what I am if I'm going to survive. You're here because you're weak, Ash spat. Every Primordial who's come to this valley in the last 50 years has been fleeing something: Coalition hunters, political persecution, their own failures. None of you have the strength to actually fight back, to reclaim what was taken from us. And what have you done? I challenged myself. Besides hiding in these mountains while the Coalition consolidates power and eliminates anyone who threatens their authority. Ash's eyes blazed with fury, and I felt his power flare, different from mine, older, refined by decades of practice. You dare. Enough. Kestra's voice cracked like a whip, her authority absolute. Ash, you will not challenge a newly awakened Primordial who hasn't even completed basic training. And Raven, you will not provoke those whose experience far exceeds your own. We both stepped back, but the tension remained thick enough to cut. This is exactly why the Coalition wins, Storm observed, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who'd seen this scenario play out too many times. We spend more energy fighting each other than fighting our actual enemies. Maybe if the actual enemies weren't impossible to defeat, we'd focus on them instead, Frost said coldly. The Coalition is only impossible to defeat because we're fractured, Nyx countered. 8 Primordials, properly coordinated, could do significant damage to their operations. And reveal our location, bringing the full weight of their forces down on this sanctuary, Ember argued. We survive by staying hidden, not by launching suicide attacks. We survive by doing nothing, Ash snarled. Which isn't the same as living. Kestra raised her hand, and silence fell immediately. This debate has raged for decades and will not be resolved this morning. What matters now is Raven's training. He needs to master basic Primordial abilities before the second trial manifests. That means all of you will contribute to his education, sharing what you've learned, helping him avoid the mistakes that cost previous students their lives. Why should we? Ash demanded. What makes him special? What makes him worth our time and knowledge? Because he passed the first trial on pure instinct, Aurora said quietly, speaking for the first time. Her voice was gentle, but carried absolute certainty. The Shade Wolves should have destroyed him, but he found the truth they were designed to reveal without any training or guidance. That suggests something significant about his potential. Or it suggests dumb luck, Ash muttered, but with less venom. Either way, he's here now, Theron said pragmatically. And Kestra's right. Untrained Primordials are dangerous to themselves and everyone around them. We train him, we reduce that danger. Simple calculation. The others murmured agreement, even Ash eventually nodding reluctantly. Then we begin, Kestra announced. Raven, you'll spend mornings with me learning primordial theory and history. Afternoons will rotate between the others, each teaching you their specialty. Evenings are for meditation and integration, processing what you've learned. She looked at my followers. Your companions will train separately. Theron will work with Garrett on combat tactics. Nyx will teach Luna about primordial physiology and healing. Ember will help Sarah develop her natural talents. I sense she has potential for energy manipulation. And Felix. Kestra studied my friend thoughtfully. Storm will teach you the art of keeping powerful beings grounded. It's a skill more valuable than any combat technique. What about the second trial? I asked. When will it happen? When the valley decides you're ready, Kestra replied. Could be days. Could be weeks. The trials don't operate on predictable schedules. They manifest when you've grown enough to have a chance at success, but before you've grown so much that they lose their teaching value. So, I just wait? I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. You prepare, Kestra corrected. Every moment of training, every lesson learned, every skill mastered increases your chances of survival when the trial does manifest. Waiting implies passivity. What I'm asking you to do is anything but passive. She was right, of course. But the uncertainty gnawed at me, not knowing when the next trial would strike, what it would demand, whether I'd survive it. Uncertainty is part of the test, the ancient consciousness observed. Learning to function despite not knowing what comes next. That's a lesson in itself. Then let's begin, I said, squaring my shoulders. I didn't come all this way to hesitate now. Kestra smiled, and for the first time, it reached her ancient eyes.
Good.
Follow me, young Primordial. Your education in what you truly are starts now. As I followed her toward the ice hall, I glanced back at my pack. They were being led away by their respective teachers, each about to embark on their own journey of learning and growth. We'd come to the frozen peaks seeking answers. What we'd found was something far more complex, a remnant community of survivors, a legacy of systematic oppression, and trials that would test everything I was. But we'd also found purpose.
Direction.
A path forward that, while dangerous, at least led somewhere meaningful. 6 more trials, I thought as Kestra began explaining the fundamental nature of primordial energy. 6 more chances to fail, to die, to prove I'm not worthy of this power. Or 6 more opportunities to become what you were always meant to be, the consciousness countered. The choice, as always, is yours. I chose to believe in the second option, because the alternative was giving up, and I'd survived too much to quit now. Chapter 6. 3 weeks passed in the valley, and I learned more about being a primordial than I'd thought possible. Kestra's lessons were brutal in their intensity. Every morning, she would take me to the ice hall and strip away another layer of my ignorance, revealing truths about primordial nature that both fascinated and terrified me. Normal alphas draw power from dominance hierarchies, she explained one morning, as we sat surrounded by the glowing ice carvings. Their strength comes from the submission of those beneath them. That's why alpha authority works. It's a pyramid of power with them at the apex. She traced a different pattern in the frost. Primordials operate on an entirely different principle. We don't draw power from others. We generate it from within, from our connection to something far older than pack dynamics. The moon goddess, some call it. The primal force of nature. Others say. Whatever you name it, it's the source that predates wolf society itself. So, I can't be weakened by losing followers? I asked. Correct, Kestra confirmed. A normal alpha whose pack abandons them becomes powerless. A primordial who stands alone is still a primordial. Your power is yours alone, not dependent on the submission or loyalty of others. Then why have packs at all? I challenged myself. If we don't need them for power, why not just operate independently? Kestra smiled, pleased I'd asked the right question. Because power without purpose is just destruction looking for a target. We don't need packs for strength. We need them to remind us what that strength is for. To keep us connected to the world we're meant to protect rather than tower over. She gestured to the window, where I could see my followers training with the other primordials. Sarah was working with Ember, and I could actually see energy sparking around her hands, small flickers of power that Ember was teaching her to control. Felix sparred with Storm, learning techniques I'd never seen before. Garrett moved through combat forms with Theron, each strike more precise than anything he'd demonstrated before. And Luna sat with Nyx, discussing something intensely while examining what looked like ancient medical texts. Your companions ground you, Kestra said. They remind you of your humanity when primordial nature threatens to overwhelm it. That's invaluable, Raven. Never underestimate the importance of wolves who see you as a person rather than just power made flesh. The afternoons were spent with the other survivor primordials, each teaching me their specialty. Theron taught combat, not the straightforward fighting I'd learned as an alpha heir, but the fluid, devastating style unique to primordial warriors. You're stronger, faster, More durable than any normal wolf, he explained while systematically dismantling my every attack. But that means nothing if you fight like them. Primordial combat is about using your advantages intelligently, not just overwhelming opponents with raw power. He demonstrated, moving in ways that seemed to defy physics, striking from impossible angles, using momentum in ways that multiplied force exponentially. Power makes you dangerous. Skill makes you deadly. Combined, they make you unstoppable. Nyx taught me about primordial senses, about the layers of reality normal wolves couldn't perceive. "You think you see clearly?" she asked one afternoon, then did something that made the world around me shift. Suddenly, I could see energy patterns, magical residues, the interconnected web of life that existed beneath the surface of reality. "This is what primordials perceive when fully trained," Nyx explained. "Every action leaves traces. Every creature radiates unique energy signatures. Learn to read these patterns, and deception becomes almost impossible. You'll see the truth in ways others can't." Ember focused on controlling the raw power that threatened to overwhelm me during moments of stress. "You're a bonfire trying to fit into a candle," she said bluntly. "All that energy with nowhere to go except exploding outward. I'm going to teach you channeling, how to direct power precisely instead of just unleashing it everywhere." Her lessons involved exercises that left me exhausted but increasingly capable of fine control. By the end of the second week, I could focus my primordial energy into a single claw tip, concentrating devastation into a point so small it became surgical. Frost taught shielding, the art of defense through energy manipulation. "Offense wins battles," he said in his perpetually cold voice. "Defense wins wars. Anyone can learn to hit hard. Only masters learn to become untouchable." He showed me how to weave primordial energy into barriers, how to deflect attacks by redirecting force rather than absorbing it, and how to make myself difficult to target even when standing in plain sight. Storm taught meditation and mental discipline, skills I initially dismissed as less important than combat training. I was wrong. The trials aren't just physical challenges, Storm explained during our first session. They're psychological warfare designed to exploit your weaknesses, fears, and traumas. Without mental fortitude, you'll break long before your body gives out. He taught me techniques for maintaining clarity under extreme stress, for compartmentalizing pain and fear without suppressing them, and for finding the calm center within chaos. It was harder than any combat training, but I began to understand why Kestra had assigned Felix to work with Storm. My friend was learning the same skills, preparing to help me stay grounded when trials threatened to shatter my sanity. Aurora taught me about the spiritual aspects of primordial nature, about our connection to the moon goddess and the responsibilities that came with it. "We're not just powerful wolves," she said gently. "We're meant to be shepherds, guardians, the conscience of wolfkind. That's a sacred trust, Raven. Never forget that your power was given for a purpose beyond personal gain." Her lessons were the most philosophical, dealing with questions of morality, justice, and the ethical use of absolute power. They made my head hurt, but I began to understand the weight primordials carried. The burden of being strong enough to enforce justice, but wise enough to know when mercy served better than punishment. Only Ash refused to teach me anything. He watched my training sessions with barely concealed contempt, making snide comments about my progress, questioning whether I deserved the time and energy others invested in me. "Ignore him," Theron advised after Ash had made a particularly cutting remark about my combat form. "He lost his entire pack to coalition hunters 30 years ago. Watched them die while he escaped to this valley. The guilt and anger have been eating him ever since. He doesn't hate you specifically. He hates what you represent." "What do I represent?" I asked. "Hope," Theron said simply. "The possibility that things could change, that primordials might reclaim their proper place in the wolf world. Ash can't afford hope. It's too painful when you've lost everything. Easier to be bitter and convinced that nothing will ever improve." I wanted to confront Ash, to force him to deal with whatever demons drove his hostility. But I was too busy with training, too focused on preparing for a trial I knew was coming but couldn't predict. My followers were transforming as well. Sarah's natural talent for energy work blossomed under Ember's guidance. She couldn't generate primordial power. She lacked the bloodline, but she could sense and manipulate ambient energy in ways that shocked even Ember. She's got potential to become something unique, Ember told me one evening. Not a primordial, but not entirely normal either. Given enough training, she could develop abilities that bridge the gap between our kind and regular wolves. Felix's work with Storm was equally impressive. My friend was developing an almost supernatural ability to read emotional states, to sense when someone was losing control or descending into dangerous mental patterns. He's becoming what old texts called a keeper, Storm explained. Wolves who served primordials specifically by keeping them anchored to their humanity. It's a rare gift, and one you'll need as trials grow harder. Garrett had become something terrifying under Theron's instruction. The old warrior had always been skilled, but now he moved with precision that bordered on supernatural. I'm teaching him to fight things stronger than himself, Theron said. Techniques designed specifically for normal wolves who stand beside primordials. He'll never match your raw power, but he's learning to survive encounters that would kill most warriors. And Luna, brilliant, practical Luna, was absorbing medical knowledge at a rate that left even Nyx impressed. She's mastered healing techniques that took me decades to learn, Nyx reported. And she's innovating, combining traditional pack medicine with primordial physiological understanding. Give her time, and she'll become one of the finest healers in wolf history. We were all growing, all becoming more than we'd been. The small, desperate band that had fled Silverwood was transforming into something formidable. But I could feel it building. A pressure in the valley, a tension in the air. The second trial was approaching. It happened on the 23rd day. I woke just before dawn with every instinct screaming danger. The valley felt wrong, the air too still, the light too dim, the usual sounds of morning absent. I shifted to primordial form immediately, moving through the settlement toward where my followers slept. The guest quarters were empty, not abandoned. Their belongings were still there, bedding disturbed like they'd left suddenly. But Sarah, Felix, Garrett, and Luna were gone, vanished without a trace. I raced to find Kestra, panic clawing at my chest. She was already awake, standing in the courtyard with the other primordials, all of them watching me with expressions I couldn't quite read. Where are they? I demanded. What happened to my pack? The second trial has begun, Kestra said quietly. I'm sorry, Raven. I should have warned you more clearly about what this one entails. The ground beneath my feet began to glow with that familiar silver light, runes appearing in patterns that spelled out the trial's parameters. Second trial, sacrifice. Choose what matters most, and surrender what you cannot keep. The courtyard shifted, reality warping in ways that made my vision blur. When it settled, I stood in the center of a massive circular arena carved from ice. And around the perimeter, trapped in individual cages of frozen energy, were my 4 followers. Sarah screamed my name, pounding against her prison. Felix was trying to analyze the energy cage, looking for weaknesses. Garrett had already shifted to wolf form, testing the barrier's strength. Luna remained eerily calm, watching everything with the focused intensity of someone trying to solve a puzzle. What is this? I roared at Kestra, who stood outside the arena with the other primordials. What kind of trial involves trapping innocent wolves? The kind designed to test whether you understand what sacrifice truly means, Kestra replied, her ancient voice heavy with something that sounded like regret. The second trial is always the cruelest because it targets what you love most, what you'd be most reluctant to surrender. A figure materialized in the center of the arena, not quite solid, more like smoke given vague form. When it spoke, its voice resonated with the same ancient power that thrummed through the valley. Raven Thornfield, Primordial Alpha, you stand accused of the oldest crime our kind can commit, attachment that compromises duty. That's not a crime, I snarled. Caring about my pack doesn't compromise anything. Doesn't it? The figure asked. You brought normal wolves into the primordial sanctuary. You slowed your training to ensure their safety. You've allowed emotional bonds to cloud your judgment and limit your growth. This trial exists to correct that error. The energy cages around my followers began to constrict, slowly crushing them inward. No, I lunged forward, but invisible barriers blocked me from reaching them. Stop this. They've done nothing wrong. They exist, the figure said simply. And their existence diverts you from your true purpose. Primordials are meant to stand alone, to pursue power and justice without the weakness of attachment. Your followers are chains that bind you to mediocrity. That's insane, I shouted. They're not chains. They're the reason I'm fighting. They're what keeps me human instead of becoming some isolated tyrant. Then prove it, the figure challenged. You have a choice, Raven Thornfield. Option 1. Surrender your followers. Release them from your service. Sever all bonds of loyalty and friendship. Send them away from this valley and from your life permanently. Do this and they live. You'll continue your training unencumbered, free to pursue absolute power without distraction. The cages stopped constricting, but only barely. My friends were trapped in spaces barely large enough to breathe. Option 2, the figure continued. Keep them. Maintain your bonds. Refuse to sacrifice your attachments, and the cages continue their collapse. They'll die slowly, crushed by the weight of your refusal to embrace true primordial isolation. You'll watch them suffer, knowing you could have saved them, but chose sentiment over survival. That's not a choice. I roared. That's cruelty disguised as a test. That's sacrifice, the figure corrected. The trial demands you choose what matters most, power or attachment, duty or love, the path of the primordial or the comfort of the pack. I looked at my followers, trapped and terrified. Sarah's eyes were wide with fear, but she was shaking her head, telling me not to give in, not to surrender whatever this trial wanted. Felix was shouting something I couldn't hear through the barriers. Garrett's wolf was howling, the sound muffled but full of rage and defiance. Luna met my eyes and mouthed a single word. Think.
Think.
What was this trial really testing? Sacrifice, the ancient consciousness whispered. But sacrifice of what? And for what purpose? I remembered Kester's words from weeks ago. Power always demands a price. The question is whether you're willing to pay it, and whether you understand what you're sacrificing and why. This trial wasn't about choosing between power and attachment. It was about understanding the true nature of sacrifice, about recognizing what needed to be surrendered, and what was worth keeping at any cost. You're lying, I said to the figure, sudden clarity cutting through my panic. This trial isn't about isolation. Primordials weren't meant to stand alone. That's coalition propaganda designed to make us easier to eliminate. We were meant to be connected, to serve communities, to use our power for protection rather than domination. The figure flickered, and I knew I'd struck close to truth. The sacrifice you're demanding isn't my followers, I continued, working through it aloud. It's my fear. My fear that attachment makes me weak, that caring about others compromises my effectiveness, that love is a vulnerability enemies can exploit. I looked at Sarah, Felix, Garrett, and Luna, wolves who'd stood by me through everything, who'd believed in me when I'd stopped believing in myself. I refuse your false choice, I declared. I won't sacrifice them because they're not weaknesses to be purged. They're strengths to be cherished. And if completing this trial means becoming the isolated, detached monster the coalition claims primordials are, then I'd rather fail. Failure means death, the figure warned. For you and for them. Then we die, I said, and meant it. But we die together, as a pack, refusing to become what others tried to make us. The arena went silent. The figure studied me with its formless face, and I could feel the weight of judgment pressing down. Then it laughed, not mockery, but something that sounded almost like approval. You misunderstand the trial's purpose, it said, and the voice shifted, becoming warmer. The choice was never about surrendering your followers. It was about recognizing that some things are worth sacrificing everything else to keep. The energy cages dissolved instantly, my followers tumbling free. Sarah was in my arms before I could react, sobbing with relief. The others gathered close, and I wrapped my primordial form around them, protecting, sheltering, refusing to ever let go. The second trial tests sacrifice, the figure explained, its form beginning to dissipate. But true sacrifice isn't about surrendering what matters most. It's about recognizing what matters most and being willing to sacrifice everything else, power, safety, even your own life, to protect it. Understanding flooded through me. The trial wanted me to choose my pack over everything, even my own survival. To demonstrate that I understand primordial power exists to protect, not to isolate.
Precisely, the figure said.
Too many primordials throughout history became so focused on accumulating power that they forgot why that power mattered. They sacrificed their connections, their compassion, their humanity, thinking it made them stronger. Instead, it made them tyrants who deserved the fear others felt toward them. The runes on the arena floor shifted. Second trial complete. Sacrifice understood. Power, without purpose, is meaningless. Protect what you love above all else. The arena dissolved, returning us to the valley courtyard. My followers clung to me, and I to them, none of us quite ready to let go. Kestra approached slowly, her ancient eyes bright with approval. "Well done," she said quietly. The second trial kills most who attempt it because they make the obvious choice, power over attachment. They sacrifice their followers thinking it proves their commitment to the primordial path. What happens to those who make that choice? I asked, dreading the answer. They complete the trial, Kestra said. They gain power, continue their training, and pass subsequent trials. But they lose something essential in the process. They become exactly what the Coalition accuses us of being, isolated tyrants who view all others as tools or obstacles rather than wolves worth protecting. She looked at my small pack, still pressed close to my primordial form. You chose differently. You recognize that your followers aren't weaknesses to be eliminated. They're the reason your power matters, the purpose that justifies the strength you're developing. So, I passed by refusing to sacrifice them? I asked. You passed by demonstrating you'd sacrifice yourself first, Kestra corrected. When you said you'd rather die together than become isolated, you proved you understand the fundamental truth of primordial nature. We exist to protect, not to dominate. Our power is a tool for serving others, not for serving ourselves. The other primordials were watching with varied expressions. Theron nodded with respect. Nyx looked thoughtful, reassessing her earlier judgments. Ember was smiling openly, pride evident in her fiery gaze. Even Storm and Frost seemed marginally impressed, which for them was practically effusive praise. Aurora was crying, though whether from joy or remembered pain I couldn't tell. Only Ash stood apart, his expression dark and conflicted. He looked at me, at my followers, at the scene of obvious affection and loyalty, and something crumbled in his hostile facade. "You're a fool," he said, but the words lacked his usual venom. "Caring that much will only destroy you when they're taken away. Trust me, I know." "Maybe," I acknowledged. "But at least I'll have had something worth losing." "What do you have, Ash?" "Besides bitterness and isolation." He flinched like I'd struck him, then turned and walked away, disappearing into one of the ice structures. The other primordials watched him go with expressions mixing pity and understanding. "Give him time," Aurora said softly. "Your choice today reminded him of what he lost. That's painful, but it's also necessary. Sometimes we need to feel old wounds before we can finally let them heal." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The trial had been brutal in ways I hadn't expected, not physically, but emotionally. The thought of losing my followers, of being forced to choose between them and my power, had terrified me more than any Shade Wolf or Coalition Hunter. "Come on," Luna said, finally pulling away from our group embrace. Her practical healer's mind was already reasserting itself. "We're all exhausted and probably suffering from stress-induced adrenaline crashes. We need food, rest, and time to process what just happened." "Always the voice of reason," Felix said with a shaky laugh. "What would we do without you, Luna?" "Die of poor decision-making and untreated injuries," she replied dryly, which earned weak chuckles from everyone. As we headed toward the guest quarters, Sarah fell into step beside me. "That was terrifying," she admitted quietly. "I thought, when the cages started closing, I really thought we were going to die." "I would never let that happen," I said fiercely. "I know," she replied. "That's why I wasn't afraid at the end. Because I knew you'd find a way, even if it meant sacrificing yourself. That's what makes you different from the alphas who fear you, Raven. You lead by protecting, not by dominating." Her words echoed Kestra's lesson, and I felt the truth of them settle deep in my bones. This was what primordials were meant to be, not tyrants wielding absolute power, but guardians using that power to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. We spent the rest of the day recovering, eating, sharing the experience of the trial in ways that helped process the trauma. My followers had their own perspectives: Sarah's terror, Felix's analytical approach to the cages, Garrett's warrior's rage at being trapped, Luna's calm assessment of the situation. "I knew it was a test," Luna explained over dinner. "The setup was too perfect, too precisely designed to target your specific attachments. Real threats don't come with clear choices and dramatic announcements. This had trial by ancient magic written all over it." "You could have mentioned that earlier," Garrett grumbled. "Might have reduced the panic." "Would you have believed me?" Luna challenged. "Or would you have assumed I was in denial about the danger?" Garrett considered, then nodded. "Fair point." That evening, as my followers finally settled into exhausted sleep, I stood alone in the courtyard under the stars. 2 trials completed. 5 remaining. Each one designed to strip away another layer of ignorance, to force me to confront truths about primordial nature I couldn't learn any other way. "You're doing well," the ancient consciousness observed. "Better than most who've attempted these trials. The first showed you that power without self-control is just chaos. The second taught you that power without purpose is meaningless. Each lesson builds on the last, preparing you for what comes next." "What comes next?" I asked. "What's the third trial?" "Loyalty," came the reply. "The second trial tested whether you'd sacrifice your pack for power. The third will test whether your pack's loyalty is genuine or based on what you can give them. It will force you to face the possibility that those you trust most may not be trustworthy at all." I looked up at the guest quarters where my followers slept, and cold dread settled in my stomach. After everything we'd been through, after the bonds we'd forged, the idea of testing their loyalty felt like a violation. Not a violation, the consciousness was corrected. A necessity. You need to know, beyond doubt, that those you've chosen to stand beside you will remain loyal when tested. Because there will come a time when your survival depends on their faithfulness. The trials prepare you for reality, Raven. And reality is often cruel. I hated that the consciousness was right, but I also understood the wisdom in it. If my followers' loyalty could be broken by a trial, better to know now than during an actual crisis, when their betrayal could prove fatal. 5 more trials, I thought, watching the stars well overhead. 5 more chances to fail, to break, to discover I'm not worthy of this power after all. Or 5 more opportunities to prove you're exactly what wolfkind needs, the consciousness countered. The choice, as always, is yours. But I suggest you choose quickly. Because tomorrow, your real training intensifies. Kestra will teach you things that will make the last 3 weeks look like gentle preparation. And you'll need every scrap of knowledge she gives you when the third trial manifests. I returned to the guest quarters, slipping quietly into the room I shared with my pack. They were sprawled across bedding, exhausted but safe, trusting me to keep them that way. I promise silently. Whatever it takes, whatever trials come, I'll protect you. That's what it means to be primordial, not domination but protection. Not isolation but connection. Not power for its own sake, but strength wielded in service of something greater than myself. I settled among them, their warmth and presence a reminder of what I was fighting for. Not just survival, not just understanding my nature, but the chance to build something better than what had come before, a pack based on mutual respect instead of dominance hierarchies, on earned loyalty instead of forced submission, on leaders who serve their followers as much as they were served. That's what the trials are really testing, I realized as sleep finally claimed me. Not whether I'm powerful enough to complete them, but whether I'm wise enough to deserve the power they unlock. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, new challenges, new steps on a path that grew more dangerous with each trial completed. But tonight, surrounded by wolves who'd chosen to follow me into impossible situations, I felt something I hadn't experienced since before my father's death.
Hope.
Chapter 7. The third trial came without warning, exactly 2 weeks after I'd completed the second. I should have seen the signs. The valley had grown too quiet, the air too still. Even the other primordials had become subdued, watching me with expressions I couldn't quite decipher. Kestra's lessons had taken on an urgency that felt almost desperate, like she was trying to cram months of knowledge into days. Trust is the most dangerous gift a primordial can give, she'd said during our morning session, just hours before everything fell apart. Because we're powerful enough that betrayal from someone close can actually destroy us. Regular alphas fear physical threats. Primordials fear those we've allowed past our defenses. I hadn't understood what she was trying to tell me. Not until it was too late. It started during the evening meal. All 12 of us, the 8 survivor primordials and my 4 followers, gathered in the main hall as had become our custom. The conversations were lighter than usual, almost forced in their cheerfulness. Sarah was telling a story about something ridiculous that had happened during her training with Ember. Felix was arguing philosophy with Storm. Garrett and Theron were debating combat techniques. Luna was quietly eating while listening to Nyx explain something medical. Normal. Everything felt perfectly, suspiciously normal. Then Ash stood, and silence fell across the hall. "I have something to say," he announced, his voice carrying the weight of decision. "Something that's been bothering me since the newest primordial arrived." Kestra's eyes narrowed. "Ash, don't." "No," he interrupted, his charcoal gray eyes fixed on me. "It needs to be said. Raven Thornfield passed the first trial by accident. He passed the second trial by choosing sentiment over strength. He's been here a month and still lacks the discipline, the control, the wisdom that real primordials possess." "That's enough," Theron warned, but Ash ignored him. "He brought normal wolves into our sanctuary," Ash continued, his voice rising. "Compromised our security. Put us all at risk because he couldn't bear to face the trials alone. And we've all just accepted this. Trained him.
Coddled him.
Pretended he deserves the legacy he's stumbled into." I stood slowly, primordial power beginning to simmer beneath my skin. "If you have a problem with me, Ash, say it directly instead of performing for an audience." "Fine," Ash snarled, shifting to his primordial form in a blur of gray fur and silver markings. "I challenge you, Raven Thornfield. By ancient right, I call for a contest of worth. If you truly deserve to be here, to learn our secrets, to claim the title of Primordial Alpha, then prove it.
Fight me.
Win, and I'll accept your presence. Lose, and you leave this valley forever." The hall erupted in protests. Kestra was on her feet immediately, her ancient authority crackling. "A contest of worth requires approval from the eldest primordial present. I do not grant it." "Then I invoke trial by necessity," Ash countered, and Kestra's face went pale. "Ancient law states that any primordial who poses a threat to sanctuary integrity can be challenged without elder approval. Raven's presence has drawn coalition attention to this valley. Hunters have been spotted in the outer regions, searching for him. He's compromised our safety. Therefore, trial by necessity applies." Kestra looked like she wanted to argue, but the law was clear. I could see it in her expression. Ash had found a loophole, a technicality that forced her to allow the challenge. "Is this true?" I asked quietly. "Have coalition hunters been spotted near the valley?" "Yes," Kestra admitted reluctantly. 3 days ago. We've been monitoring them, ensuring they don't find the entrance. But they're searching specifically for a newly awakened primordial matching your description. So I had brought danger here. Ash wasn't entirely wrong. "I accept your challenge," I said, meeting Ash's hostile glare. "When and where?" "Now," Ash growled. The combat arena. No interference from other primordials. First to yield or die.
Die.
Sarah gasped. This is insane. You can't. It's his right, I interrupted, placing a hand on her shoulder. And honestly, I'm tired of his hostility. Let's settle this. We moved to the arena, a circular space carved from ice and stone, marked with runes designed to contain primordial power and prevent collateral damage. The other wolves arranged themselves around the perimeter. My followers looked terrified. The survivor primordials watched with expressions mixing concern and resignation, like they'd seen this scenario before and knew how it usually ended. Ash and I circled each other in the center, both in primordial form. He was older, more experienced, his gray fur marked with scars from decades of survival. I was younger, stronger, but untrained in ways that mattered. Last chance to yield, Ash said. Leave peacefully, and I won't have to hurt you. Last chance for you to reconsider, I countered. I don't want to fight you, Ash. We should be allies, not enemies. There are no allies, Ash snarled. There are only survivors and corpses. And you're about to become the latter. He attacked with speed that caught me off guard. Decades of combat experience, translating into strikes I barely managed to deflect. His claws raked across my shoulder, drawing first blood. Pain flared, but I pushed through it, countering with power that sent him sliding backward. You're strong, Ash admitted, circling again. But strength means nothing without skill.
He was right.
Every time I tried to press an advantage, he'd redirect my momentum, use my own power against me. Theron had taught me the basics of primordial combat, but Ash had been perfecting these techniques for 30 years. We clashed again and again, trading blows that would have killed normal wolves. The arena floor cracked beneath us. Ice shattered from the impact of our bodies slamming together. Blood, mine and his, spattered across stone. But I was learning. Each exchange taught me something about his patterns, his preferences, the tells that preceded his attacks. And I had advantages he lacked, raw power that exceeded his, regeneration that healed injuries faster than he could inflict them, and the ancient consciousness inside me that whispered tactical advice. He's tiring, it observed. His experience is formidable, but your youth and power are wearing him down. Press the advantage. End this before he tries something desperate. I did, unleashing a combination Theron had taught me, feint high, strike low, use the opening to grapple. Ash tried to counter, but his reactions were a fraction too slow. I had him pinned, my jaws at his throat. Victory within reach. Yield, I commanded. This doesn't have to end in death. Ash's eyes blazed with fury and something else, desperation. You don't understand anything, he gasped. About survival. About sacrifice. About what it takes to truly protect those you love. Then everything went wrong. Felix's voice cut through the arena. Raven, behind you. I spun, releasing Ash, and saw figures emerging from the shadows at the arena's edge. Not wolves. Humans. Armed with weapons that gleamed with silver and smelled of dark magic. Coalition hunters. Inside the sanctuary.
How?
Kestra demanded, her ancient power flaring. The valley's defenses should have kept them out. One of the hunters laughed, pulling back his hood. I recognized him. One of Magnus Ironhide's pack members, a wolf named Silas who'd always been in the background during my trial. Defenses only work if you don't have help from the inside, Silas said, his smile cold. He looked directly at Ash. Thank you for the invitation, Primordial. The coalition pays very well for traders. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone turned to stare at Ash, who'd climbed to his feet, his expression unreadable. You didn't, Theron breathed, horror in his voice. Ash, tell me you didn't sell us out to the coalition. I did what was necessary, Ash said, and there was no remorse in his tone. Raven brought coalition attention to this valley. They would have found us eventually. I simply expedited the process in exchange for certain guarantees. What guarantees? Kestra asked, her voice shaking with rage I'd never heard from her before. Safe passage, Ash replied. For me and anyone else who cooperates. The Coalition doesn't want all primordials dead, just the dangerous ones. The ones who refuse to accept that our time has passed, that the world has moved beyond needing our kind. He looked at me with something that might have been regret. I'm sorry, Raven, but you represented everything I've been trying to escape. Hope, resistance, the possibility of fighting back. I can't afford those things anymore. Survival requires accepting reality, not fighting against it. You coward, Ember snarled, her fire-marked form blazing with fury. We gave you sanctuary. We trained you. We stood beside you for 30 years. And you repay us with betrayal? I repay you with pragmatism, Ash countered. The Coalition is inevitable. Fighting them is suicide. Better to negotiate, to survive, to preserve what little remains of our bloodlines by accepting their terms. By becoming their slaves, Nick spat. By surrendering everything that makes us primordial. The hunters spread out, surrounding the arena. I counted 15 of them, all armed with weapons specifically designed to kill primordials. Silver bullets, blessed blades, magical restraints that glowed with power meant to suppress our abilities. Here's what's going to happen, Silas announced, his voice carrying authority. Raven Thornfield surrenders peacefully. He comes with us to face Coalition justice for his crimes against Pack Order. The rest of you stay here, cooperate fully, and we'll consider mercy. Resist, and we eliminate every primordial in this valley. You can't kill us all, Storm said coldly. We're not helpless cubs. No, Silas agreed. But we can kill enough. The Coalition has been preparing for this moment for months. We know this valley's layout, your daily routines, your individual strengths and weaknesses. He smiled. We know everything, thanks to our friend Dash here. My followers had moved together, forming a defensive cluster. Sarah's hands were sparking with the energy manipulation she'd been learning. Felix had positioned himself where he could watch multiple threats simultaneously. Garrett had weapons drawn, warrior instincts fully engaged. Luna was already calculating odds, planning for casualties. Raven, Luna said quietly. We need a strategy. We're outnumbered, and they're prepared specifically for primordial combat. She was right. This wasn't a fight we could win through raw power. The hunters had positioned themselves perfectly, covering every exit, their weapons trained on targets they'd clearly studied extensively. The third trial, the ancient consciousness, whispered suddenly. This is it. Not a magical test, a real one. Loyalty tested through actual betrayal. The question is, who else has Ash corrupted? Who else among your followers, or the primordials, might be working with the Coalition? Ice flooded my veins. The third trial wasn't just about Ash's betrayal. It was about discovering if anyone else I trusted had been compromised. I looked at my followers, wolves who'd stood beside me through everything. Could I trust them completely? Sarah had been enthusiastic about training, maybe too enthusiastic. Has she been gathering information? Felix had been working with Storm on mental disciplines. Had that been covered for something else? Garrett was a trained warrior who'd served under my father. Had Magnus gotten to him before we'd left Silverwood? Luna was brilliant, pragmatic, always calculating odds. Had she calculated that betraying me offered better survival chances? Stop, I commanded myself. This is what the trial wants. Paranoia, doubt, the breakdown of trust that makes us easy to defeat. Don't let it work. But the doubt was already there, planted by Ash's betrayal, watered by the Coalition's sudden knowledge of information only those close to me should have possessed. Raven, Sarah asked, noticing my hesitation. What do we do? I looked at her, trying to read her expression. Was that genuine concern? Or was she playing a role, waiting for the right moment to complete her own betrayal? You're wondering if you can trust them, Ash observed, reading my body language. Good. That's the beginning of wisdom. Trust is weakness, Raven. The sooner you accept that, the longer you'll survive. Trust is strength, Kestra countered fiercely. It's what separates us from monsters. Don't listen to him, Raven. He's already lost everything that mattered. Don't let him poison you with his bitterness. I'm offering the truth, Ash argued. Hard truth you need to hear. Everyone betrays everyone eventually. Better to expect it and be prepared than to be blindsided by those you thought were loyal. The hunters were advancing slowly, weapons ready, clearly waiting for me to make a decision. Surrender or fight. Trust my followers or suspect them. Believe Kestra's words about strength through connection or accept Ash's philosophy of survival through isolation. This is the third trial, I realized with sudden clarity. Not just about whether my followers are loyal, but about whether I'm wise enough to recognize real loyalty when it exists and strong enough to maintain faith despite betrayal. I looked at my pack, really looked at them. Sarah's energy manipulation flickering around her hands, but she was positioned protectively in front of Luna, using her abilities as a shield for others rather than for herself. Felix scanned the hunters with the analytical focus Storm had taught him, but I could see his eyes kept returning to me, checking if I was okay, assessing if I needed support. Garrett with weapons drawn, but his stance was defensive, guarding the group rather than preparing to flee. Luna calculating, yes, but her medical supplies were already laid out. She was preparing to treat casualties, not planning escape. These weren't the actions of wolves preparing to betray me. These were the actions of wolves preparing to fight beside me, even against impossible odds. I trust them, I said aloud, and felt the truth of it settle into my bones. My pack hasn't betrayed me. They won't betray me. Because we built our loyalty on something Ash never understood, mutual respect instead of mutual need. Fool, Ash muttered, but there was something broken in his voice. I shifted fully into my primordial form and addressed the hunters directly. I'm not surrendering. And I'm not leaving my pack or the wolves who gave me sanctuary. If you want me, you'll have to come through all of us. So be it, Silas said, and signaled his hunters to attack. What followed was chaos. The coalition hunters were skilled, experienced, and well-armed. But they'd made one critical mistake. They'd assumed primordials would fight individually, each trying to protect themselves. They hadn't prepared for what happened when primordials chose to fight as a coordinated unit. Kestra's ancient power blazed like a supernova, her ice manipulation turning the arena floor into treacherous, shifting terrain that trapped hunters in place. Theron moved like death incarnate, his combat skills honed by centuries translating into strikes that disarmed 3 hunters in as many seconds. Nyx used her perception abilities to predict attacks before they happened, calling warnings that let others dodge lethal strikes. Ember's fire-marked fury turned her into a blazing juggernaut, forcing hunters to choose between maintaining formation or avoiding being burned alive. Even Storm, Frost, and Aurora, who'd seemed most detached from the conflict, threw themselves into the fight with devastating efficiency. This was their sanctuary, their home, and they would defend it. My followers fought with equal desperation. Sarah's energy manipulation, still unpredictable and raw, nonetheless created barriers that deflected bullets and disrupted magical attacks. Felix used his developing awareness of emotional states to identify which hunters were most afraid, most uncertain, exploiting those weaknesses to break their coordination. Garrett fought with precision Theron had taught him, moving in ways specifically designed to support primordial combat rather than compete with it. Luna stayed back but called out tactical information, weak points, injury assessments, optimal targets. And I fought like the primordial I was becoming. Not just with power, but with purpose. Every strike was calculated. Every movement is designed to protect my pack while eliminating threats. I channeled everything Kestra and the others had taught me, combining raw strength with technique, aggression with strategy. We were winning. Against all odds, we were actually winning. Then Silas played his final card. Ash, he shouted.
Now.
The gray primordial, who'd been hanging back from the fight, suddenly moved. Not toward the coalition hunters. Toward Sarah. She was focused on maintaining an energy barrier, protecting Luna from a sniper's aim. She didn't see Ash coming until his claws were already reaching for her throat. No, I roared, but I was too far away, engaged with 3 hunters who were coordinating perfectly to keep me pinned. Felix saw, moved, threw himself between Sarah and Ash's strike. Ash's claws, meant for Sarah's throat, tore through Felix's chest instead. Time slowed to a crawl. I watched my friend, the wolf who'd followed me from Silverwood, who'd learned to keep me grounded, who'd questioned me and challenged me and reminded me of my humanity, collapse with blood pouring from wounds no wolf could survive. Something inside me shattered. Not broke, shattered. The careful control I'd been maintaining, the discipline Kestra had taught me, the balance between power and restraint, all of it exploded into raw, devastating fury. I didn't shift back to human form. I didn't carefully channel my power. I simply unleashed everything. The scream that tore from my primordial throat wasn't sound. It was power made audible. Hunters closest to me were thrown backward by the sheer force of it. The arena floor cracked down to bedrock. Every window in the ice structures surrounding us shattered simultaneously. I became what the Coalition feared most, a primordial alpha with nothing left to lose and no reason to hold back. The 3 hunters who'd been pinning me didn't even have time to scream. I tore through them like they were made of paper, my claws and jaws fueled by rage that transcended reason. The others tried to flee, but there was nowhere to run. I was everywhere and nowhere, moving faster than they could track, striking with force that obliterated rather than merely killed. Silas managed to get off one shot, a blessed silver bullet that should have been lethal. It struck me in the shoulder, and I barely felt it. The wound closed almost before the bullet finished passing through, my primordial regeneration operating at levels I hadn't known were possible. Monster. Silas screamed, backing away. You're exactly what we said you were. Exactly what? I caught him mid-sentence, lifting his body off the ground with one massive paw. You killed my friend, I said, my layered voice resonating with power that made reality itself seem to bend. You came into the sanctuary. You armed a traitor. You tried to destroy everything I've built. The Coalition will never stop, Silas gasped, defiant even facing death. Kill me. Kill these hunters, it doesn't matter. More will come. They'll always come. Because primordials can't be allowed to exist. You're too dangerous, too unpredictable, too. I crushed his throat before he could finish, then dropped his body and turned to find Ash. The gray primordial stood frozen, Felix's blood still dripping from his claws. He was staring at what he'd done with an expression that mixed horror and sick satisfaction. I had to, Ash said, though it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. He was in the way. The Coalition promised safety if I helped them take you down. I just needed to eliminate enough of your support structure to— You killed Felix, I interrupted, stalking toward him. The other primordials and my remaining followers parted, no one daring to get between me and my target. You betrayed everything. Everyone. For what? A promise from wolves who would have killed you anyway once you were no longer useful? I did what I had to survive, Ash shouted, but his voice cracked. You don't understand what it's like. Watching everyone you love die while you escape. Living with that guilt every single day. The Coalition offered me a way out, a way to stop running, to stop hiding, to finally have peace. By becoming what killed your pack in the first place, I said coldly. By joining the very organization that made you a refugee. That's not survival, Ash. That's surrender to the thing that broke you. I was in front of him now, my massive primordial form towering over him. Behind me, I could hear Luna frantically working on Felix, trying to save him despite wounds that looked mortal. Sarah was crying. Garrett was silent, his warrior's face locked in the careful blankness that meant he was feeling too much to show any of it. What are you going to do? Ash asked, and for the first time, there was real fear in his voice. Kill me? Prove the Coalition right about primordials being murderous tyrants.
It would be so easy.
One strike, and the wolf who'd betrayed us all would be dead. Justice served. Threat eliminated. Felix avenged. But then I'd become exactly what Silas had called me, a monster who solved problems through violence, who let rage override judgment, who used power without mercy or restraint. This is the real test, the ancient consciousness whispered. The third trial isn't just about recognizing loyalty. It's about how you respond to betrayal. Kill Ash and you fail. Find another way, and you prove you're worthy of the power you possess. I took a breath. forcing the rage down. It didn't disappear. I could still feel it burning in my core, but I brought it under control, mastered it instead of letting it master me. No, I said finally. I'm not going to kill you, Ash. Because you're already dead. You died the day your pack was slaughtered. What's left is just a shell, animated by guilt and fear, making increasingly desperate choices in the illusion that survival equals living. I stepped back, and Ash collapsed to his knees. You're banished, I announced, my voice carrying to every corner of the arena. Not from the valley, from yourself. You'll live, but you'll live knowing what you've become. Knowing that you betrayed wolves who trusted you, who trained you, who tried to help you heal. You'll live knowing you killed an innocent wolf who was protecting his friend. That's your punishment, Ash. Living with what you've done. I turned away from him, focusing on what mattered. Luna, how is he? The healer looked up, and my heart sank at her expression. She was crying, which Luna never did. I'm sorry, Raven. The wounds, they severed too many major vessels. Even with the healing techniques Nyx taught me, there's too much damage. I can't save him. I shifted to human form and knelt beside Felix, taking his hand. His eyes were open, aware, but I could see life fading from them. Hey, he said weakly, managing a small smile. Did we win? We won, I confirmed, my voice breaking. The hunters are dead or fled. The valley is safe. Good, Felix whispered. That's good. He squeezed my hand with what little strength remained. Don't let this break you, Raven. Don't let Ash's betrayal make you stop trusting people. That's what the Coalition wants. Don't give them that victory. I won't, I promised. I swear, Felix. I won't let this make me into something isolated and bitter. I know, he said. That's why I followed you. Because you're better than they say. Better than they fear. His breathing was becoming labored, each word an effort. Tell her she was right. Following you was an adventure. Best decision I ever made. You can tell her yourself, I insisted, even though I knew it was a lie. Felix smiled, seeing through me like he always had. Don't be alone, Raven. Promise me. Don't let this make you think isolation is safe. It's not. It's just another kind of death. I promise, I said, tears streaming down my face. Felix, But he was already gone, his eyes still open but empty, his hand going limp in mine. I knelt there, holding my dead friend's hand, and let myself feel it, the grief, the rage, the devastating cost of power that drew enemies like blood in water. Around me, the others were silent, respecting the moment, the loss, the truth that even primordials couldn't protect everyone, couldn't prevent every tragedy. Finally, Sarah knelt beside me, her own tears falling freely. He saved my life, she whispered. He didn't hesitate, just threw himself in front of Ash's strike. Because that's who he was, I said. Someone willing to sacrifice himself to protect others. He understood what it meant to stand beside a primordial better than I did. The runes on the arena floor began to glow, and I knew without being told, the third trial was complete. Not because I'd identified Ash's betrayal, not because I defended against the Coalition attack, but because I'd chosen mercy over vengeance, restraint over rage, and recognized that true loyalty was demonstrated not through words, but through sacrifice. The symbols shifted. Third trial complete. Loyalty recognized. True bonds are forged in fire and proven in blood. Honor those who stand beside you, even unto death. Kestra approached slowly, her ancient face marked with grief. I'm sorry, Raven. Felix was a good wolf. He deserved better than this. He deserved to live, I said bitterly. He deserved to see what we're building, to be part of it too. He was part of it, Kestra interrupted gently. His sacrifice ensured it survived. That's not nothing, Raven. That's everything. She was right, but it didn't make the loss hurt less. We burned Felix's body that night, as was wolf tradition. The entire valley gathered, 8 primordials and 3 remaining members of my pack, to honor a wolf who'd given everything to protect his friends. Ash watched from a distance, and I could see his isolation beginning to truly sink in. The other primordials wouldn't speak to him. Even those who'd been friendly before now treated him as dead, a ghost haunting the valley, but no longer part of it. I should have felt satisfied. Instead, I just felt empty. 3 trials down, Sarah said quietly as we watched Felix's pyre burn. 4 more to go. Can we survive 4 more tests like this? We have to, I replied, because Felix died believing we could. The least we can do is prove him right. Garrett nodded, his warrior's composure finally cracking as tears ran down his scarred face. We honor him by continuing, by becoming what he believed we could be. By standing together, Luna added, her practical voice thick with emotion. Felix was right. Isolation isn't safety. It's just death wearing a different face. We survive by remaining loyal to each other, no matter what trials throw at us. I pulled them close, my 3 remaining followers, and felt the bond between us strengthen despite, or perhaps because of, the loss we'd suffered. The 3rd trial taught you that loyalty is proven through sacrifice, the ancient consciousness observed. Felix understood that truth better than most. He didn't hesitate when Sarah needed protection because his loyalty was absolute. That's what real bonds look like, Raven. Remember it when the remaining trials test you in different ways. I looked up at the stars, at the vast sky above the frozen peaks, and made a silent promise to my fallen friend. I won't waste what you gave me, Felix. I won't become isolated and bitter. I won't let fear of betrayal make me push others away. I'll honor your sacrifice by being the leader you believed I could be, one who protects without dominating, who inspires loyalty through respect rather than demanding it through power. For more trials. For more chances to prove I'm worthy of this power. For more opportunities to become what wolfkind needs instead of what they fear. I won't fail. Not now. Not after what it cost to get this far. I promise. Chapter 8. 3 months passed after Felix's death, and the valley became both sanctuary and prison. The remaining coalition hunters had fled, carrying news of their failed ambush back to their masters. Kestra reinforced the valley's magical defenses, weaving protections so complex that even she admitted they'd only buy us time, not provide permanent safety. The coalition knew where we were now. It was only a matter of when, not if, they'd return with greater force. But in those 3 months, everything changed. My training intensified beyond what I'd thought possible. Kestra pushed me harder than ever, as if she was racing against a clock only she could hear. Every morning before dawn, we'd meet in the ice hall, and she'd pour centuries of knowledge into me with desperate urgency. The 4th trial tests mercy, she explained one frozen morning, her ancient eyes troubled. It will put you in a position where justice demands cruelty, where the right choice and the merciful choice are in direct conflict. Most primordials fail it because they choose one absolute over the other, either pure mercy that allows evil to flourish, or pure justice that becomes indistinguishable from tyranny. What's the solution? I asked, my breath misting in the cold air. Balance, Kestra replied. Understanding that mercy and justice aren't opposites, they're complementary forces that must work together. Mercy without justice is enabling. Justice without mercy is oppression. A true primordial must know which situations demand which response, and have the wisdom to choose correctly. She traced patterns in the frost on the ice wall, showing me scenarios from history. Primordials who'd been too merciful, allowing corrupt alphas to continue their abuses until entire packs suffered. Primordials who'd been too harsh, eliminating threats so ruthlessly that they became the very tyrants they'd sworn to prevent. The 4th trial will force you to choose, Kestra said. And there will be no clear right answer. Only the one you can live with. The afternoons continued with the other primordials. Theron's combat training had evolved beyond physical technique into something almost spiritual, teaching me to fight not just with my body, but with the entirety of my primordial nature. Nyx's perception lessons had sharpened my senses to the point where I could read the emotional states of wolves miles away. Ember's channeling exercises had given me control so precise I could focus my power into a space smaller than a pinpoint. Even storm, Frost, and Aurora seemed to have accepted me fully after the third trial. Storm taught me meditation techniques that let me maintain clarity even when surrounded by chaos. Frost showed me defensive strategies, so sophisticated they bordered on prescient. Aurora guided me through the spiritual dimensions of primordial existence, helping me understand my connection to the moon goddess and the responsibilities that came with it. Only Ash remained apart, a ghost haunting the valley's edges. He'd aged visibly in 3 months, the weight of his betrayal crushing him in ways physical wounds never could. Sometimes I'd catch him watching my training sessions, something broken and yearning in his expression. But he never approached, never spoke, just observed from distances that grew larger every day. He's dying. Aurora told me one evening, her multicolored markings dim with sadness. Not physically, spiritually. The guilt is consuming him from the inside. He'll be gone within the year. Should I? I started, then stopped, unsure what I was even asking. Forgive him. Aurora finished gently. That's your choice, Raven. But understand, forgiveness isn't about making him feel better. It's about releasing yourself from the poison of holding onto rage. Whether he deserves forgiveness is irrelevant. The question is whether you deserve the freedom it would give you. I wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Felix's absence was still too raw, too painful. Every time I turned to share something with him, every time I expected his sardonic commentary or his grounding presence, I'd remember he was gone. That Ash's betrayal had killed him. Forgiveness would come, maybe, but not today. My remaining pack, Sarah, Garrett, and Luna, had grown stronger as well. Sarah's energy manipulation had developed to the point where even Ember admitted she'd never seen a non-primordial master the skill so quickly. She could create barriers strong enough to deflect primordial strikes, manipulate ambient energy to heal minor wounds, even sense magical corruption from significant distances. She's becoming something unprecedented, Ember told me after one particularly impressive training session. Not primordial, but not entirely normal either. The energy work is changing her on a fundamental level. Given time, she might develop abilities we've never seen before. Garrett had transformed into a warrior whose skills rivaled wolves twice his age. Theron had taught him fighting styles specifically designed for normal wolves supporting primordials, techniques that maximized efficiency, exploited openings created by primordial power, and above all, ensured survival against opponents far stronger than himself. He's ready, Theron announced after 3 months. Ready to stand beside you in any battle, against any enemy. He won't match a primordial's raw power, but he'll hold his own against anything else the Coalition can throw at him. Luna had become what Nyx called a master healer, a title reserved for medical practitioners who understood not just physical healing but spiritual and magical restoration as well. She'd memorized techniques from texts thousands of years old, combined them with innovations of her own, and developed treatments that could save wolves other healers would have declared beyond hope. She's a treasure, Nyx said with genuine admiration. In the old days, healers like Luna served entire regions, moving between packs, training new practitioners, preserving medical knowledge across generations. She could do the same if she chose. But Luna didn't choose. She stayed with me, with us, declaring that our small pack needed her skills more than the world at large. I suspected she was still processing Felix's death, still carrying guilt that her abilities hadn't been enough to save him. No amount of reasoning could convince her otherwise. We'd become a unit, 4 wolves bound by shared trauma, shared purpose, and loyalty forged in blood and loss. Not as large as traditional packs, but infinitely stronger in the ways that mattered. The 4th trial came on a morning that started like any other. I was in the training grounds with Garrett, sparring in human form to maintain skills that didn't rely on primordial power. Sarah and Luna watched from the sidelines, offering commentary and occasional corrections. The other primordials were scattered across the valley, each engaged in their own routines. Then the valley's alarm system activated, ancient magic woven into the mountain itself, responding to intruders who'd somehow breached the enhanced defenses. Everyone converged on the main courtyard. Kestra was already there, her expression grim as she studied the magical displays showing what had triggered the alarm. Impossible, she breathed. The defenses should have held for months, maybe years. How did they? Because we brought them through properly, a familiar voice said, and my blood turned to ice. From the valley entrance emerged a group of wolves I recognized immediately. Marcus Steele, my former beta, walked with the confidence of someone who believed he was doing the right thing. Behind him came Drake, my twin brother, his face carefully neutral. And beside them, looking like she'd aged a decade in 4 months, was Celeste Nightshade, my former chosen mate, the she-wolf who'd rejected me outside my execution. But it was the figure leading them that made my primordial instinct scream danger. An older female wolf, moving with authority that rivaled even Kestra's, marked with primordial patterns I'd never seen before, gold and white, forming symbols that seemed to shift and change as she moved. Her eyes were the pale gold of winter sun, ancient and calculating. "Greetings, Kestra Frostborn," the stranger said, her voice carrying harmonics that marked her as primordial. "It's been a long time since we last spoke. 70 years, if memory serves." Kestra had gone pale, something I'd never seen before. "Vera Goldmane," she said, and there was history in how she spoke that name, complicated, painful history. "You were declared dead. We mourned you. How are you? Alive?" "That's a long story," Vera replied. "But the short version is that I made accommodations with the Coalition. Agreed to serve their interests in exchange for survival and certain privileges." The revelation hit like a physical blow. A primordial working for the Coalition. Not just any primordial, one old enough and powerful enough that even Kestra seemed wary of her. "You're a traitor," Theron said flatly, his midnight blue markings blazing with fury. "You betrayed everything primordials stand for." "I'm a survivor," Vera corrected calmly. "Just like Ash tried to be, though he went about it clumsily. The Coalition isn't our enemy, Theron. They're the inevitable evolution of wolf society.
Primordials had our time.
It's over. Those who adapt survive. Those who cling to the past end up like Kestra, hiding in frozen mountains, training wolves who'll never be strong enough to change anything." "Why are you here?" I asked, stepping forward. My primordial form was already manifesting, power responding to threat. Vera's ancient eyes fixed on me, and I felt the weight of her assessment. Raven Thornfield, the newest awakened primordial, the one who's caused my employers so much trouble. She smiled, but it held no warmth. "I'm here to offer you the same choice I was given 70 years ago. Join us or die." "That's not a choice," Sarah said from behind me. "That's coercion." "All choices are coercion when you examine them closely enough," Vera replied. "But let me make it clearer. The Coalition controls 90% of pack territories across the continent. They have armies, resources, political influence, and the backing of alphas who fear primordial power. You're a single awakened primordial with 3 followers and a handful of survivors hiding in mountains." She let that sink in. "Join us, accept Coalition oversight, agree to use your power only as they direct, and you'll have everything you want: recognition, resources, the ability to actually influence wolf society. Refuse, and they'll keep sending hunters until one of them succeeds. Your friends will die. These survivors will die. And you'll die, having accomplished nothing except proving the Coalition right about primordials being too dangerous and stubborn to coexist with modern pack structure." "What about them?" I asked, gesturing to Marcus, Drake, and Celeste. "Why did you bring wolves from Silverwood?" "Because they know you," Vera said. "They understand how you think, what drives you, what you care about. Marcus was your closest friend. Drake is your blood. Celeste was your chosen mate. They're here to testify that joining the Coalition isn't betrayal, it's pragmatism." Marcus stepped forward, and I saw genuine regret in his expression. "Raven, I was wrong about you. Wrong about everything that happened during your trial. Magnus manipulated all of us, and I spent 3 months living with that guilt." He took a breath. "But this is real. The Coalition isn't what we thought. They don't want to eliminate primordials. They want to integrate them into pack society in ways that prevent the old abuses of power." By controlling us, I said flatly. By ensuring we can never challenge Alpha authority. By ensuring power is balanced, Marcus corrected. Raven, you're strong enough to do incredible good. But you're also strong enough to do incredible harm. The Coalition provides oversight, preventing any single primordial from becoming a tyrant. That's not oppression. That's responsible governance. Drake spoke next, his voice careful. Brother, I failed you when it mattered most. I believed lies about you, participated in your conviction, and I'll carry that shame forever. But I've seen what the Coalition really is in these last months. They're not monsters. They're wolves trying to prevent the chaos that unlimited primordial power created in the past. And you believe that? I asked incredulously. After everything Magnus did? After the conspiracy that killed our father? Magnus was a rogue element, Drake insisted. The Coalition itself removed him from power once they learned what he'd done. They're investigating the entire conspiracy, bringing everyone involved to justice. That's the kind of accountability they provide. Finally, Celeste approached. She looked terrible, thin, haunted, like she'd been crying for months. Raven, I rejected you because I was scared. Scared of what you'd become, scared of being tied to someone the Coalition would target. But I was wrong. Tears spilled down her cheeks. You're not a monster. You're the wolf I fell in love with, just with power you don't fully understand yet. The Coalition can teach you. Help you master what you are without losing who you were. Her words hurt more than I expected. Part of me, the part that had loved her for 9 years, wanted to believe her. Wanted to think she'd come here out of genuine concern rather than Coalition manipulation. But I'd learned too much. Seen too much. When did they get to you? I asked quietly. All 3 of you. When did the Coalition convince you that serving them was the right choice? Marcus flinched. Drake looked away. Celeste's tears flowed harder. It doesn't matter, Vera said. What matters is the choice before you. The Coalition is offering integration, not elimination. A place in their structure where your power serves to pack society rather than threatens it. Take the offer, Raven. It's the only one you'll get. The valley had gone silent, every wolf watching to see what I'd do. Kestra's expression was unreadable, but I could sense her tension. The other primordials looked ready to fight, but also uncertain. Vera's presence changed the equation. A primordial working for the Coalition was something they'd never prepared for. The 4th trial, the ancient consciousness whispered. This is it. Not a magical test, a moral one. Justice demands you refuse their offer. Maintain your integrity. Fight for what's right. Mercy suggests you consider it. Recognize that accepting might save lives in the short term, prevent bloodshed that's coming. Which do you choose? Pure justice or pragmatic mercy? And can you live with the consequences either way? I looked at Marcus, Drake, and Celeste, wolves who'd known me, betrayed me, and now claimed they were trying to save me. Were they genuine? Or had the Coalition corrupted them so thoroughly they believed their own manipulation? I looked at Vera, an ancient primordial who'd chosen survival over principle, who'd sold out her own kind for safety and privilege. Was she happy? Or was she just Ash 70 years down the road, spiritually dead but still walking? I looked at my pack, Sarah, Garrett, and Luna, watching me with expressions that said they'd follow whatever choice I made, even if it killed them. And I looked at Kestra and the survivor primordials, wolves who'd chosen isolation and hiding over engagement with the world, who'd preserved themselves but abandoned everyone else who needed protection. Justice or mercy, the consciousness repeated. Fight or surrender. Principle or pragmatism. Choose, Raven. And understand that there's no perfect answer. Only the one you can live with. I shifted fully to primordial form, my black fur and silver markings blazing with power as I made my decision. No, I said, my layered voice resonating with absolute certainty. I refuse your offer, Vera Goldmane. I refuse Coalition oversight, refuse to become a controlled weapon they deploy at their convenience, refuse to legitimize a system built on eliminating my kind. Vera's expression hardened. Then you're a fool, and you'll die a fool's death. Maybe, I acknowledged. But I'll die free, having stood for something that mattered. Can you say the same? Or do you go to sleep every night knowing you betrayed everything Primordials were meant to be in exchange for the Coalition's table scraps? Her eyes flashed with fury, and I saw I'd struck a nerve.
Good.
Let her feel it, Marcus. I addressed my former beta directly. You said you were wrong about me during the trial. You're wrong now, too. The Coalition didn't remove Magnus from power because they care about justice. They removed him because he got caught. The system that enabled his conspiracy is still in place, still functioning, still eliminating anyone who threatens Alpha supremacy. I turned to Drake. Brother, you failed me once by believing lies. Don't fail yourself by believing new lies dressed up as truth. The Coalition offers accountability. They are the threat that needs accountability. They're just powerful enough that no one can provide it. Finally, I faced Celeste. You rejected me because you were scared. Now you're here because you're still scared, just of different things. The Coalition has convinced you that integration is safety, that submission equals survival. But all you're really doing is trading one form of execution for another. They won't kill your body. They'll kill your spirit, your integrity, your ability to look in a mirror and respect what you see. Enough, Vera said coldly. You've made your choice. Live with it for however long you have left. She turned to leave, but I wasn't done. Wait, I commanded, and she paused. You came here with an offer. Let me make you one in return.
Stay.
Join us. Remember what it meant to be primordial, not Coalition servants, but independent forces for justice and protection. Help us rebuild what was destroyed. Become again what you were meant to be. For just a moment, something flickered in Vera's ancient eyes. Regret? Longing? The ghost of the wolf she'd been 70 years ago? Then it vanished, replaced by cold pragmatism. I chose survival, she said flatly. And I'll continue choosing it, no matter the cost. That's what separates us, young primordial. You still have ideals. I have only existence. She left Marcus, Drake, and Celeste following. My former beta looked back once, his expression unreadable. My twin kept his eyes forward, refusing to meet my gaze. Celeste was crying openly, but she still walked away. The valley entrance sealed behind them, magic snapping back into place with enough force to shake the ground. Silence reigned for several heartbeats. Then Kestra laughed, a sound without humor, bitter and tired. You just declared war on the Coalition, she observed. Rejected their offer in front of a witness who'll report every word. They'll be back, Raven. And next time, they won't offer integration. They'll bring an army. I know, I said, shifting back to human form. But what else could I do? Accept their control? Become what Vera became, a puppet wearing primordial skin. You could have bought time, Storm suggested. Accepted temporarily, learned what you could about Coalition operations, then betrayed them when you were strong enough. No, I said firmly, because that road ends with becoming exactly what they want, a primordial who believes the ends justify the means, that deception and betrayal are acceptable tools. I won't become that wolf. Not even to survive. Then you'll die honorably, but uselessly, Frost said coldly. Congratulations on your principles. They'll make an excellent epitaph. Unless, Aurora interrupted thoughtfully, his refusal inspires others. Vera said the Coalition controls 90% of packs. That means 10% are still independent, still resisting. What if Raven's choice, his willingness to fight rather than submit, becomes a rallying point? That's a long shot, Nyx observed. But it's better than nothing. The arena floor began to glow, runes appearing with familiar silver light. Fourth trial complete. Mercy and justice balanced. True wisdom lies not in choosing one over the other, but in recognizing when each serves best. You offered mercy to those who betrayed you while maintaining justice toward yourself. Wait, I said, staring at the runes. That was the fourth trial? The choice between accepting Coalition control and refusing it. Partially, Kestra replied. The trial tested whether you could balance mercy toward others with justice for yourself. You offered Vera a chance at redemption. That was mercy. You refused to compromise your principles. That was justice. Most primordials fail because they choose pure mercy, accepting deals that destroy them slowly, or pure justice, refusing any accommodation and dying pointlessly. You walked the line between them. I looked at my 3 remaining pack members. Did I make the right choice? Refusing them means we're targeted harder than ever. I may have just signed your death warrants. You made the only choice, Sarah said firmly. We didn't follow you to watch you become coalition property. We followed you to build something better. If that gets us killed, at least we died for something that mattered. Besides, Garrett added with grim humor, we've survived impossible odds before. What's one more suicide mission? Speaking statistically, Luna said dryly, we're due for some good luck eventually. Law of averages. Despite everything, the threat, the betrayals, the looming war, I felt something I hadn't experienced in months.
Hope.
Not naive optimism that everything would work out, but genuine hope that we were fighting for something worth the cost, that our struggle had meaning beyond simple survival. 3 more trials, the ancient consciousness observed. The 5th tests humility. The 6th tests wisdom. And the 7th tests everything. Every lesson learned, every truth discovered, every sacrifice made. It's called the trial of completion for a reason, because those who pass become fully realized primordials, and those who fail cease to exist entirely. When? I asked silently. When do they come? Soon came the reply. Vera's visit has accelerated things. The Valley recognizes that your training timeline has shortened. The remaining trials will come quickly now, one after another, because you'll need all 7 completed before the Coalition returns in force. How much time do we have? Weeks. Maybe a month. Not longer. I looked around at the Valley, at the 8 primordials and my 3 pack members, at the impossible sanctuary that had become both training ground and target. Then we train harder, I said aloud. We prepare for trials that could kill us, and a war we probably can't win. And we do it knowing that even if we fail, even if the Coalition destroys us, we fight back. We refuse to surrender. We stood for something. Inspiring speech. Ash's voice came from the shadows. The gray primordial emerged, looking more ghost than wolf. But pretty words won't stop what's coming. The Coalition has armies. You have 3 followers and 7 survivors who've spent decades hiding. What do you want, Ash? I asked, too tired for his bitterness. To help, he said, and everyone stared. I know, rich coming from the traitor. But Vera's offer, your refusal, reminded me of something I'd forgotten. That there are things worth dying for. Worth living for. He approached slowly, keeping distance but maintaining eye contact. I can't undo what I did. Can't bring Felix back or erase my betrayal. But I can fight beside you when the Coalition comes. Can use what life I have left for something other than guilt and self-pity. No, I said immediately. I don't trust you.
Can't trust you.
Not after what you did. I know, Ash replied. But I'm not asking for trust. I'm asking for the chance to die meaningfully instead of just fading away. Let me fight beside you. Let my last act be something honorable. I looked at the others. Kestra's expression was unreadable. Theron looked conflicted. The others ranged from hostile to uncertain. Sarah, Garrett, Luna, I said. You're the ones most affected. He killed Felix. What do you think? They conferred quietly, and I saw the struggle play out across their faces. Forgiveness versus pragmatism. Justice versus mercy. The very balance the 4th trial had tested. Finally, Sarah spoke. Felix would want us to let him try. Not because Ash deserves it, but because we need everyone we can get. And because refusing someone trying to atone makes us no better than the Coalition, who never allowed second chances. I hate it, Garrett admitted. But she's right. We can't afford to turn away help, even from him. Luna just nodded, her healer's pragmatism accepting what worked regardless of how she felt about it. I turned back to Ash. You fight beside us. But you're on the front line, first in every danger. You don't get to hide or hold back. And if you betray us again, I will kill you. No mercy, no second chances. Understand? Understood, Ash said, and for the first time in months, he looked almost alive. For trials complete, I thought as the sun set over the frozen peaks, painting ice and stone in shades of blood and gold. 3 more to go. And then, ready or not, the final battle with the coalition. We should be terrified. Probably terrified. So, why do I feel so determined? Because this is what I was made for, I realized. Not to hide. Not to submit. But to stand and fight for something better than what existed. To use primordial power the way it was always meant to be used, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves, challenging systems that crushed the vulnerable, refusing to let fear dictate justice. Felix died for that. We owe it to him to make it mean something. 3 more trials. Then war. Let it come. Chapter 9. The 5th trial came 3 days after Vera's departure. I woke in the dead of night to find myself alone, not just in my quarters, but in the entire valley. Every other wolf had vanished, leaving behind belongings, half-eaten meals, signs of sudden interruption. The silence was absolute, oppressive, wrong in ways that made my primordial instincts scream. Then the runes appeared, blazing across every surface. Ice walls, stone floors, even the sky itself seemed to burn with silver script. 5th trial. Humility. Confront the truth of what you are, neither God nor Savior, but simply wolf. The valley shifted, reality warping around me. When it settled, I stood in a place I'd never seen before, a vast chamber carved entirely from obsidian, its walls reflecting my primordial form in thousands of distorted angles. And in the center, standing on a raised platform, was a figure that made my blood run cold. It was me. Not a shade wolf or magical construct, an exact duplicate, down to the silver markings on my primordial form, the way I held myself, even the specific pattern of scars I'd accumulated over months of training and battle. Hello, Raven, my double said, its layered voice identical to mine. I'm what you could become if you let power convince you that you're special. What are you? I demanded, circling warily. I'm your pride, the duplicate replied. Your certainty that being primordial makes you superior, that your power grants you authority over others, that you're destined for greatness because of what you inherited rather than what you've earned. It shifted to human form, and I saw myself as I'd been during my trial in Silverwood, desperate, powerless, terrified. Remember this? Remember being wolfless, rejected, sentenced to die? You hated being weak, hated how others looked down on you, dismissed you, treated you as less than nothing. The duplicate shifted back to primordial form. Now you're strong. Stronger than those who judged you. Strong enough to make them pay for every humiliation, every insult, every moment they made you feel worthless. That's what you really want, isn't it? Not justice. Not protection for others. Revenge dressed up in noble language. That's not true, I protested, but the words felt hollow. Isn't it? The duplicate began to circle me, its movements perfectly mirroring mine in reverse. You told yourself you'd build something better than what existed. But really, you just want to be on top of the hierarchy instead of at the bottom. You want wolves to submit to you the way you had to submit to them. You want them to feel the fear and powerlessness you felt. No, I said more firmly. I want to create a system where no wolf has to feel that way, where power doesn't determine worth. Liar, the duplicate snarled, lunging. I barely blocked its strike, shocked by the raw aggression. You love your power, love how it makes others afraid, makes them respect you. You've become addicted to the feeling of being strong, being important, being special. We clashed primordial against primordial, and it was like fighting myself. Because it was myself. Every technique I'd learned, every instinct I'd developed, the duplicate possessed in equal measure. We were perfectly matched, neither able to gain advantage. The trial of humility isn't about defeating me, my duplicate explained between strikes. It's about accepting what I represent. You are proud, Raven. Proud of your power, your accomplishments, your resistance to the coalition. And that pride is your greatest weakness. Pride in accomplishment isn't wrong, I argued, deflecting a vicious swipe at my throat. It is when it blinds you to your limitations, the duplicate countered. You passed 4 trials and think you're ready to fight the coalition. You've trained for months and believe you understand primordial nature. You've gathered followers and convinced yourself you're building something meaningful. It drove me backward with a flurry of attacks. But you're still just a wolf who got lucky, Raven. Lucky that your primordial blood awakened instead of staying dormant. Lucky that you stumbled onto correct answers during trials. Lucky that you found this valley before the coalition found you. None of it was skill or destiny or special worth. It was just luck and circumstance. The words cut deeper than claws because part of me wondered if they were true. How much of what I'd achieved was genuine capability versus fortunate timing? Would I have passed the trials if they'd come in different order? Would I have survived without the exact followers I'd happened to gain? That's the humility you need to accept, my duplicate said, reading my doubt. That you're not special, not chosen, not destined for greatness. You're just a wolf who happened to inherit power and has been scrambling to survive ever since. If that's true, I said slowly, then why does the trial of humility exist? If primordials aren't special, if our power is just a random genetic lottery, why test us at all? The duplicate paused, and I saw I'd struck something important. Because power without humility becomes tyranny, I continued, working it out aloud. The trial isn't testing whether I believe I'm special. It's testing whether I can acknowledge I'm not inherently superior despite being powerful. That's the difference between a leader and a tyrant. Leaders serve because they can, not because they're entitled to rule. Understanding flooded through me. I am lucky. Lucky to have awakened, lucky to have survived, lucky to have found help. But that luck creates responsibility, not entitlement. I'm not special. I'm just someone in a position to help others. And I can choose to use that position selflessly or selfishly. The duplicate smiled, and its hostility evaporated. There it is. The truth the 5th trial demands you accept. You're not a god, Raven. You're not a savior. You're just a wolf with unusual power and the choice of what to do with it. It began to dissolve, fading like morning mist. Remember this lesson. When you complete all 7 trials and gain full primordial mastery, you'll have enough power to reshape wolf society. But power without humility turns reformers into the very tyrants they sought to replace. Stay humble, Raven. Stay aware that your strength doesn't make you better than others, just more capable of protecting them. The obsidian chamber dissolved, and I was back in the valley. Dawn light was breaking over the mountains, and I could hear my pack stirring in their quarters. They probably hadn't noticed my absence. The trial had existed in a pocket dimension separate from normal time. The runes appeared one final time. 5th trial complete. Humility accepted. Power is circumstance, not virtue. Use it wisely. I sat in the courtyard as the valley woke, processing what I'd learned. The trial had forced me to confront an uncomfortable truth. I'd started to believe my own legend. I started to think that being primordial made me inherently important, that my power justified my choices, that I was destined for something great. But I wasn't. I was just a wolf who'd gotten lucky and was trying his best not to waste that luck. 2 more trials, the ancient consciousness observed. The 6th tests wisdom, your ability to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. And the 7th tests everything you've become, everything you've learned. Are you ready? No, I admitted silently. But I don't think anyone ever truly is. You just do it anyway. That's wiser than you know. The 6th trial came 2 days later, and it was the cruelest yet. I was in Kestra's ice hall, reviewing ancient texts, when reality fractured. The walls dissolved, replaced by a scene I recognized immediately, Silverwood territory, the execution circle, the moment everything had changed. But this time it was different. I stood invisible, incorporeal, watching events unfold like a ghost observing history. There I was, my past self, kneeling in silver chains, about to be executed. Alpha Donovan raised his hand to signal the executioner. The blade descended, and this time nothing stopped it. There was no earthquake, no awakening. The blade pierced my past self's heart, and I watched myself die. Watched the light fade from my eyes, watched my body collapse, watched the pack disperse, without ceremony or regret. But the scene didn't end. Time accelerated, showing me what would have happened if I died that day. Marcus consumed by guilt, drowning himself in work until a coalition ambush killed him 3 months later. Drake became Alpha of Silverwood but struggled under Magnus' manipulation until the Ironwood Alpha engineered his assassination and absorbed the territory. Celeste mated with another wolf but never found happiness, always haunted by her role in my execution. The coalition's power grew unchecked. Without a primordial to rally resistance, the independent packs fell one by one. Within 5 years, the coalition controlled everything, and wolves who resisted were eliminated with ruthless efficiency. The system became exactly what primordials had been created to prevent: absolute power concentrated in the hands of those who abused it. Then the scene shifted, showing me an alternative. This time, I survived my execution, awakened as primordial. But at a critical moment during my journey to the frozen peaks, I made a different choice. When the coalition hunters ambushed us, I'd chosen to fight alone rather than risk my followers. They'd fled to safety, while I faced the hunters. I'd won, killed every hunter, reached the valley safely. But Sarah, Garrett, Luna, and Felix, separated from me, lacking my protection, were hunted down by coalition forces within a week. All of them died badly, tortured for information about my location before being executed as traitors to pack order. I watched myself train in the valley, growing stronger, but also growing colder. Without my pack to ground me, I'd become exactly what the coalition feared: a powerful, isolated primordial driven only by vengeance. I'd eventually left the valley and waged a one-wolf war against the coalition, killing hundreds before they'd finally brought me down through sheer numbers. The destruction had been catastrophic. Entire packs wiped out in the crossfire. Territories reduced to ruins. And when I'd finally fallen, the coalition had used my rampage as justification to eliminate every remaining primordial, every wolf with dormant bloodlines, anyone who might awaken in the future. I'd saved myself, but doomed my kind to extinction. The scene shifted again, showing a third path. This time, I'd accepted Vera's offer. Joined the coalition, submitted to their oversight, became their controlled weapon. I was alive, my followers were alive, and I even did some good. The coalition deployed me to stop corrupt alphas, resolve territory disputes, and handle rogue threats. But I was a slave. Every decision filtered through coalition approval. Every action monitored, restricted, shaped to serve their agenda. And slowly, over years, I'd lost pieces of myself. The defiance that defined me, the independence that made me more than just power in wolf form, the spirit that refused to bow even under threat of death. I'd survived but ceased to be Raven Thornfield, become instead a tool that happened to wear my face. In this timeline, the coalition's control became absolute. They'd used my example to convince other awakened primordials that submission was the only path. Within a generation, primordial nature had been completely domesticated, neutered, transformed from a check on alpha power into just another enforcement mechanism. The 3 visions faded, leaving me in darkness with a single question burning in silver light. Which timeline is correct? Which choice leads to the best outcome? None of them, I said into the void. And all of them. The darkness rippled with surprise. Explain. Each timeline shows a different failure, I said, working through it. In the first, I die and accomplish nothing. In the second, I survive, but my isolation leads to destruction. In the third, I submit and lose everything that matters despite surviving. But they all share a common element. They're based on single decisions made without considering the full complexity of consequences. I felt the trial listening, waiting for more. True wisdom isn't about choosing the correct path, I continued. It's about recognizing that most major decisions have costs and benefits that can't be fully known in advance. You make the best choice you can with available information, then adapt as consequences unfold. The darkness shifted and became less oppressive. And what is your choice now? You face an impossible situation. Coalition army approaching. Trials incomplete. Followers in danger. What do you choose? I choose to keep fighting, I said firmly. Not because I know it will succeed, but because submission and isolation have already shown their failures. I choose to trust my pack, to complete the trials, to resist the coalition even if resistance seems futile. And I accept that this choice might lead to my death, their deaths, the end of everything I've tried to build. Yet you choose it anyway? Yes, I confirmed. Because wisdom isn't about certainty, it's about accepting uncertainty and acting anyway. I don't know if I'm making the right choice, but I know I'm making my choice based on my values, accepting responsibility for whatever consequences come. The darkness exploded into light, and I stood once more in Kestra's ice hall. She was staring at me with wide eyes, an ancient face marked with shock. You were only gone for 10 seconds, she said. But the trial, it usually takes hours. What did you see? Possible futures, I replied. None of them good. All of them teach me that wisdom means accepting that I can't control outcomes, only intentions. The runes appeared. 6th trial complete. Wisdom achieved. Certainty is illusion. Choose with conviction while accepting doubt. Kestra exhaled shakily. 6 trials. No primordial in the last century has completed 6 trials. Most die attempting the 3rd or 4th. What about the 7th? I asked. The 7th trial. Kestra's voice trailed off, and fear, actual fear, crossed her ancient features. It's called the trial of completion because it either completes your transformation into a fully realized primordial, or it destroys you entirely. There's no middle ground. What is a test? Everything, Kestra said simply. Every lesson from the previous 6 trials, every skill you've developed, every truth you've learned. It takes the form of your greatest fear and your deepest desire, combined impossibly. And you have to navigate both simultaneously while maintaining your sense of self. How many have passed it? Kestra was quiet for a long moment. In recorded history?
3.
3 primordials out of thousands who attempted it. The rest either died, or were broken so completely they might as well have died. Wonderful odds, I muttered. The 7th trial appears when the valley determines you're ready, Kestra continued. Not when you feel ready. You'll never feel ready. When the trial itself is judged you've learned enough to have a chance. How long? Based on everything? The pace of your progress, Vera's visit, the coalition's approach. Kestra met my eyes. Tomorrow. Maybe tonight. The 7th trial is coming, Raven. And when it does, you'll face it alone. No pack, no other primordials, no support. Just you, and everything you've become. I spent that day with my pack, not training, just being together. Sarah told jokes that weren't particularly funny, but made us laugh anyway. Garrett shared stories from his warrior days, battles fought and friends lost and lessons learned. Luna listed obscure medical facts until we begged her to stop, which only made her list more. It felt like goodbye. We all knew it, though no one said it directly. When the 7th trial comes, Sarah said as evening fell, you're going to survive it. You know why? Why? I asked. Because you're too stubborn to die, she replied with fierce certainty. You survived execution, coalition hunters, betrayal, magical trials designed to break you. You'll survive this too. And when you come back, we're going to plan how to beat the coalition and make everything you've sacrificed actually matter. She's right, Garrett added. I've been a warrior for 30 years. I know fighters who give up versus fighters who keep going no matter what. You're the second type, Raven. You don't quit. That's what makes you dangerous. Plus, Luna said practically, you've got us waiting. You're not allowed to die and leave us to deal with the aftermath. That would be incredibly inconsiderate. Despite the fear, despite knowing what was coming, I smiled. Inconsiderate.
Right.
Can't have that. We sat together as stars emerged over the frozen peaks for wolves bound by shared trials and mutual trust. Whatever came next, whatever the seventh trial demanded, I'd face it knowing I had something worth surviving for. The trial came at midnight. I woke to silver light flooding my quarters, runes blazing on every surface. Seventh trial. Completion. Prove you deserve the power you've claimed. Fail, and cease to exist. Reality shattered like glass, and I fell through darkness towards something that terrified and compelled me in equal measure. The seventh trial had begun, and I had no idea if I'd survive it. I landed in a place that shouldn't exist. It was Silverwood and the frozen peaks and somewhere entirely other, all layered over each other like transparencies stacked imperfectly. I could see my father's study overlapping Kestra's ice hall. The execution circle merged with the valley's training grounds. Past and present and possible futures bleeding together in an impossible combination. And standing in the center of this fractured reality were 7 figures. My father, Tobias Thornfield, looked exactly as I remembered him before the poisoning. Marcus, my former beta, wears the guilt of his betrayal like visible wounds. Felix, dead 3 months, but somehow present, watching me with the sardonic expression I'd never see again in life. Vera Goldmane, ancient primordial who'd chosen survival over principle. My duplicate from the 5th trial, representing my pride and potential for tyranny. My past wolfless self, embodying every weakness I'd transcended. And finally, a figure made of pure silver light, the primordial I could become if I passed this trial, perfect and terrible in its power. 7 trials, 7 aspects of yourself you must face, my father said, his voice achingly familiar. The 7th trial tests whether you can hold all of them in balance, accepting each while being dominated by none. I don't understand, I said, though part of me did. Felix stepped forward, his form slightly translucent. You're afraid of becoming your father, inheriting his strengths but also his blindnesses. Tobias was a good alpha, but he didn't see Magnus' betrayal until too late. You fear making the same mistake. Marcus spoke next. You're afraid of becoming me. Someone who fails the people who trust them. Who makes the wrong choice at the critical moment and has to live with consequences forever. You're afraid of becoming me, my duplicate said. Letting power corrupt you, turning into a tyrant who justifies cruelty through appeals to necessity. Vera's ancient eyes met mine. You're afraid of becoming me. Compromising your principles for survival until you've sacrificed everything that made you worth saving in the first place. My past wolfless self spoke, voice small and broken. And you're afraid of still being me. Deep down, you fear the power will be taken away, that you'll revert to being worthless, rejected, nothing. The silver figure blazed brighter. But you also want to become me. Want the power, the capability, the ability to reshape reality according to your will. That desire terrifies you almost as much as the fears. So, what do? I asked. How do I pass a trial testing contradictory things simultaneously? By accepting that you're all of us, my father said gently. You carry my legacy, Marcus's capacity for failure, the pride that could turn you into a tyrant, the temptation to compromise yourself for survival, the memory of being powerless, and the potential to become something that transcends all of it. The 7 figures began to move, circling me. Most primordials fail the 7th trial because they try to reject parts of themselves, Felix explained. They deny their fears, their failures, their potential for darkness. But denial creates weaknesses that the trial exploits. You must integrate everything, Vera continued. Accept your father's legacy while learning from his mistakes. Acknowledge Marcus's failure while refusing to let it paralyze you with fear of making wrong choices. Recognize your potential for tyranny while choosing differently. Understand the temptation to compromise while maintaining your principles. Remember what it felt like to be powerless without letting that memory drive you to dominate others. The silver figure spoke last, its voice resonating with impossible harmonics. And you must desire power without being consumed by that desire. Want to be strong enough to protect others without wanting to be strong enough to control them. It's the hardest balance of all. The figures stopped circling and stood in a perfect circle around me. "Show us," they said in unison. "Show us you can hold these contradictions in balance. Demonstrate that you deserve to become what we represent." And then they attacked, all 7 simultaneously, each exploiting different weaknesses, testing different aspects of my nature. My father's tactical brilliance exposed every strategic error. Marcus's knowledge of my fighting style predicting every move. My duplicate matches my power blow for blow. Vera's ancient experience made my centuries of training look like amateur fumbling. My wolfless self targeting every insecurity. Felix knew exactly what emotional strikes would hurt most. And the silver figure, the perfect primordial I could become, demonstrating just how far I still had to go. I should have been overwhelmed. Should have broken under the impossible assault. But something Kestra had taught me months ago surfaced. Primordial power isn't about being perfect. It's about being whole. I stopped trying to defend against 7 opponents and started accepting what they represented. My father's strikes? I absorbed the tactical lessons while dodging, learning from his combat philosophy, even as I fought him. Marcus's betrayal patterns? I used them to understand how trust gets broken and how to build it more carefully. My duplicate's tyrannical power? I channeled it into protection rather than domination. Vera's compromises? I studied them to recognize when I might be tempted similarly and prepared mental defenses. My wolfless self's weaknesses became reminders of what I was fighting to prevent. Other wolves experiencing that rejection, that powerlessness. Felix's death became motivation to protect my remaining pack rather than grief that paralyzed me. And the silver figure's perfect power? Instead of coveting it, I accepted it as an aspiration, not a destination. Something to work toward, without being consumed by the need to achieve it. I was losing the fight. 7 against 1 had predictable outcomes. But I was also learning, adapting, integrating every lesson the trial threw at me. Blood poured from dozens of wounds. My primordial form was breaking down, regeneration unable to keep pace with damage. I was dying, slowly, but inevitably. But I was dying whole, complete, accepting every aspect of myself rather than rejecting the parts that scared me. Enough, the 7 figures said simultaneously, and their attack ceased. I collapsed, too damaged to stand, barely conscious, but somehow still aware. The figures began to merge, flowing together like water finding its level. 7 became 1, a mirror image of myself, perfect and flawed, powerful and vulnerable. Everything I was and could be combined impossibly. "You pass," it said in my voice. "Not because you won the fight, because you accepted what the fight represented." Most primordials treat the 7th trial as combat, trying to defeat their own aspects through force. You treated it as integration, learning from every attack rather than just defending against it. The merged figure placed a hand on my forehead, and power flooded through me unlike anything I'd experienced before. Not just strength but completion. Every lesson from 6 trials, every training session, every moment of growth crystallized into something that felt like becoming myself for the first time. My wounds healed instantly. My primordial form stabilized, then evolved, the silver markings spreading, deepening, telling new stories. I felt abilities unlock that I hadn't known existed, understanding bloom about what I truly was and could become. "You are now a fully realized primordial," the merged figure said. "Not perfect, never perfect, but complete, whole, balanced between power and humility, justice and mercy, wisdom and action. Use it well, Raven Thornfield, because what comes next will test everything you've become." The fractured reality dissolved, and I was back in my quarters in the valley. Dawn light streamed through the windows. I could hear my pack stirring, the settlement waking. But I was different, changed in ways I couldn't quite articulate. The runes appeared one final time. 7th trial complete. All trials mastered. You are primordial. Accept the power and the burden both. I shifted to primordial form and saw the changes immediately. My black fur now held depths that seemed to absorb light itself. The silver markings had expanded, covering nearly half my body in patterns so complex they hurt to look at directly. My eyes blazed with power that made my previous abilities look dim by comparison. And I could feel it, the connection to something vast and ancient, the source of all primordial power. The moon goddess, the primal force, whatever name it carried. I was linked to it now in ways that transcended normal wolf nature entirely. Kestra was waiting when I emerged, and her ancient eyes went wide. "By the goddess," she breathed. "You actually did it. You completed all 7 trials." "How long was I gone?" I asked. 3 days, she replied. "Your pack has barely slept, too worried about you. The other primordials are preparing for coalition attack. Scouts report army movements in the foothills. Vera returned with forces, bringing war to our doorstep." "How many?" 200 wolves, Kestra said grimly. "Coalition soldiers, trained specifically for primordial combat. Plus Vera herself, and rumor says she's brought 2 other coalition-allied primordials. We're outnumbered 25-1. I should have been terrified. Probably was terrified, somewhere beneath the calm that completing the trials had instilled. But I was also ready. "Then we fight," I said. "Not because we'll definitely win, but because submission isn't an option. Gather everyone. It's time to show the coalition what fully realized primordials can do when they stop hiding and start fighting back." Kestra smiled, fierce and proud. "Finally, someone with your power is willing to actually use it. This will be interesting." She was right. It would be very interesting indeed. Chapter 10. The coalition army arrived at dawn, exactly as scouts had predicted. 200 wolves in perfect formation, armed with weapons blessed by dark magic and designed specifically to kill primordials. They spread across the valley entrance like a tide of death, disciplined and confident. At their head stood Vera Goldmane, her gold and white markings blazing in the early light, flanked by 2 other primordials I'd never seen before. One was male, marked in deep crimson patterns that looked like dried blood. The other was female, her markings shifting between black and gray like smoke. Both radiated power that made the air itself feel heavy, oppressive. 3 coalition primordials against 8 survivors and 1 newly completed, Theron observed from beside me. We stood on the valley's defensive wall, ancient stone reinforced with primordial magic, the last barrier between the coalition and our sanctuary. "The odds are worse than I thought. Numbers don't tell the whole story," I replied, feeling the power thrumming through my completed primordial form. 3 days since the 7th trial, and I was still discovering new abilities, new depths to what I'd become. Quality matters more than quantity. "Inspiring words," Frost said dryly from my other side. "But 200 soldiers are still 200 soldiers, regardless of how powerful you've become." Below us, my pack stood ready. Sarah's hands sparked with energy manipulation she'd mastered under Ember's training. Garrett wore armor Theron had crafted specifically for non-primordials fighting alongside our kind, weapons blessed with protections against dark magic. Luna had transformed the medical station into something that could handle mass casualties, her efficiency terrifying in its competence. The 7 survivor primordials were positioned strategically across the defensive line. Kestra anchored the center, her ancient power radiating like a frozen sun. Ember and Nyx guarded the flanks, fire and perception working in deadly combinations. Storm and Aurora held the rear, ready to support wherever needed. Theron commanded the close-quarters defense, his centuries of combat experience invaluable. And Ash, the traitor seeking redemption, stood alone at the most dangerous position, the forward point where coalition forces would strike first. He'd insisted on it, and I'd allowed it. If he wanted to die meaningfully, he'd earned that right. Raven Thornfield. Vera's voice boomed across the valley, amplified by primordial power. "This is your final chance. Surrender yourself, dismiss your followers, and the coalition will show mercy to the survivors here." "We've heard of your mercy before," I shouted back, my layered voice carrying just as powerfully. It looks a lot like slavery. It looks like survival, Vera countered. Your resistance is pointless. Romantic, perhaps, but ultimately futile. You can't win this fight, Raven. 200 trained soldiers, 3 experienced primordials, weapons specifically designed to kill your kind. Even if you've completed the trials, even if you've become everything Kestra could teach you, it's not enough. She had a point. Tactically, this was unwinnable. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and facing enemies who'd been preparing for this exact scenario for decades. So, why do I feel calm? I wondered. Why does this feel less like approaching doom and more like approaching destiny? Because you've accepted what you are, the ancient consciousness replied. The 7th trial taught you to hold contradictions in balance. To accept fear while acting anyway. To acknowledge probable defeat while fighting with absolute conviction. That's what makes you dangerous, Raven. Not your power, but your refusal to let probable outcomes dictate your choices. The Coalition offers one path. I called to Vera. Submission, control, gradual death of everything that makes primordials what we are. I'm offering a different path. Resistance, independence, the chance to rebuild what your masters destroyed. Any Coalition wolf who wants to switch sides, step forward now. Fight with us instead of for the system that oppresses you. Silence. None of the Coalition soldiers moved. Then, from the middle ranks, a single wolf stepped forward. Then another. And another. Within seconds, 15 wolves had broken formation, moving toward our defensive line. Traitors, the crimson-marked primordial snarled, but Vera raised a hand to stop him. Let them go, she said. 15 foolish wolves don't change the equation. They'll die with the rest. The 15 deserters reached our wall, and Kestra opened a small section of the defensive barrier to let them through. They looked terrified but determined, wolves who'd finally chosen freedom over security. You understand what you've done? I asked them quietly. There's no going back after this. The Coalition will hunt you for the rest of your lives. Better hunted and free than safe and enslaved, one of them replied, a young female with gray fur and defiant eyes. We joined the Coalition because they promised order and stability. Took us too long to realize we'd traded liberty for a comfortable cage. Welcome to the Resistance, I said, then turned my attention back to the Coalition forces. Anyone else? No one else moved. The remaining 185 soldiers stood firm, loyal to the system they served. Your moment of theater is complete, Vera said coldly. Now face reality. Attack. The Coalition army surged forward like a breaking wave, and the battle for the frozen peaks began. Chaos erupted across the valley. The Coalition soldiers moved with precision born of extensive training, their formations designed specifically to counter primordial abilities. They spread out to prevent area attacks, used blessed weapons to disrupt our magic, coordinated strikes to overwhelm individual defenders. They were good, professional,
Deadly.
but they'd never faced a fully realized primordial before. I met the first wave head-on, and the difference between my previous power and what I'd become through completing the trials was staggering. Where before I'd struggled against groups of 5 or 6, now I moved through dozens like they were standing still. My primordial form had evolved beyond simple physical enhancement. I could manipulate space itself in limited ways, appearing behind enemies who thought they'd surrounded me. My strikes carried concussive force that sent wolves flying dozens of feet. And most devastatingly, I could channel pure primordial energy through the ground, creating shockwaves that disrupted entire formations. But I wasn't invincible. A blessed arrow caught my shoulder, and the pain was excruciating, the magic burning like liquid fire. I tore it out, but the wound wouldn't close immediately. These weapons worked, slowing my regeneration, accumulating damage. You can't fight all of them, the ancient consciousness warned. Focus on the enemy primordials. Let your allies handle the soldiers. It was right. I needed to trust my pack, trust the survivor primordials who'd trained me. I broke through the Coalition line, heading straight for Vera and her 2 allies. Behind me, I could hear the battle raging, Theron's combat mastery cutting through soldiers like wheat, Ember's fire turning entire sections of the battlefield into infernos, Nyx's perception allowing her to predict and counter every attack. Sarah was holding her section, energy barriers deflecting bullets and blades while she struck back with force that shouldn't have been possible for a non-primordial. Garrett fought with surgical precision, every strike disabling rather than killing, showing mercy even in the middle of a war. Luna was already pulling wounded behind the defensive line, saving lives with focused efficiency. And Ash, the traitor seeking redemption, stood at the forward point like a gray statue of defiance. Coalition soldiers broke against him in waves, and he held. Not through superior skill or overwhelming power, but through sheer determination. He was dying by inches, accumulating wounds that would eventually kill him, but he refused to fall.
Ash.
I projected telepathically. Fall back. You've proven yourself. No. His mental voice was weak, but absolute. I died the day I betrayed you. This is just making it official. Let me have this, Raven. Let me die for something instead of just fading away. I wanted to argue, but the Crimson Primordial was already attacking. He moved like murder incarnate, his blood-red markings pulsing with dark energy. I'm Talon Bloodfang, he snarled. And I've killed 7 primordials. You'll be number 8. We clashed in a fury of claws and power, primordial against primordial. He was strong, experienced, augmented by coalition dark magic that enhanced his natural abilities. His strikes carried corrupting energy that tried to poison my system, turn my power against itself. But I'd faced my own darkness in the first trial. Learned to integrate corruption rather than be destroyed by it. Every attack Talon threw at me, I absorbed and redirected. The dark energy he wielded, I purified it mid-strike, turned it into raw power I could use. The corruption meant to weaken me? I treated it like the Shade Wolves, acknowledged its existence while refusing to let it control me. Impossible. Talon gasped as I systematically dismantled his offense. The dark magic should be destroying you from inside. It would. I agreed, catching his claws and twisting. The bones snapped with a sickening crack. If I was fighting it, instead, I'm transforming it. That's what fully realized primordials do. We don't just resist darkness. We redeem it. I threw him backward with force that cratered the stone beneath us. He struggled to rise, his crimson markings flickering as the dark magic keeping him enhanced began to fail. You're not coalition property, I told him. You're a primordial who made bad choices. It's not too late to make better ones. You don't understand, Talon gasped, blood pouring from his mouth. The coalition owns me. They did things to me, bound me with magic so dark I can't escape. Even if I wanted to switch sides, I literally can't disobey their commands. Then I'll break the binding, I said, reaching for power I'd only just discovered through the trials. Primordials weren't just warriors or judges. We were also healers of spiritual corruption, able to sever dark magic at its source. I placed a paw on Talon's chest, channeled energy through the connection, and found the binding, twisted magic woven through his very soul, forcing obedience through pain and compulsion. It was the cruelest thing I'd ever seen. Not just control, but torture disguised as loyalty. I shattered it. The binding broke like chains made of glass, and Talon screamed. Not in pain, but in sudden, overwhelming freedom. The crimson in his markings faded, revealing patterns underneath that were copper and gold, beautiful instead of violent. You're free, I told him. The coalition doesn't own you anymore. Now choose. Fight for them by choice. Or stand down and let this battle resolve itself. Talon stared at me with eyes that held decades of suffering suddenly lifted. Then he shifted to human form, collapsed to his knees, and wept. I choose freedom, he whispered. I choose to stop being their weapon. 1 enemy primordial down. 2 to go. The smoke-marked female was already attacking, her form shifting between solid and incorporeal. I miss Shadowwalker, she said, her voice layered with multiple tones. And unlike Talon, I served the coalition willingly. They gave me purpose when the world rejected me. She was faster than Talon, more skilled, her ability to phase between states making her almost impossible to hit. She'd strike from shadow, then dissolve before I could counterattack, reappear from a different angle, strike again. It was frustrating, effective, and exactly the kind of technique I'd learned to counter through my training. Storm taught you to fight opponents you can't track, the ancient consciousness reminded me. Stop trying to see her. Feel her instead. I closed my eyes, relying on senses beyond sight. And there, Mist's energy signature, the ripple she created in reality when phasing. It was subtle, almost undetectable, but I was a fully realized primordial. Subtle was my specialty now. When she attacked next, I was ready. Caught her mid-strike while she was transitioning from shadow to solid. Her eyes went wide with shock as my claws closed around her throat. You're skilled, I acknowledged, but your fighting techniques from a century ago. Primordial abilities have evolved since the Coalition started hunting us. You've stagnated. I could kill her. Should kill her, tactically. One fewer enemy primordial meant better odds for my pack. But the fourth trial had taught me about balancing mercy and justice. I'm offering you the same choice I gave Talon, I said. Stand down or die. Your skill deserves better than being wasted on the Coalition's oppression. Mist's smoke-like markings rippled with conflict. They'll kill my family, she whispered. I have a mate, pups. The Coalition holds them hostage, ensures my loyalty through threat. If I betray them, everyone I love dies. My heart sank. This was the Coalition's true cruelty, not just controlling primordials through force, but through leveraging what they loved. Where are they held? I asked. Coalition headquarters, Mist replied. 300 miles south, under maximum security. Even if you wanted to help, it's impossible. You'd have to fight through thousands of soldiers. After today, that's exactly what I'm planning, I told her. But for now, fight me for show. Make it look good so the Coalition doesn't suspect your hesitation. When this battle ends, however it ends, find me. I swear I'll help free your family. Doubt and hope warred in her eyes. Finally, she nodded. We resumed fighting, but it was theater now. Mist putting on a convincing show, while carefully avoiding killing strikes. To outside observers, it looked like an intense primordial battle. Only we knew it was a dance of mercy instead of murder. Which left Vera. The ancient gold and white primordial had been watching my fights with her companions, her expression unreadable. Now she stepped forward, and the remaining Coalition soldiers parted like water before a ship. Impressive, she said. You broke Talon's binding and turned Mist into a secret ally, all while fighting a war. Kestra taught you well. She taught me what it means to be primordial, I replied. Something you forgot 70 years ago. Vera's eyes flashed with anger. I forgot nothing. I simply learned that principles are luxuries wolves can't afford. Survival requires pragmatism, compromise, and accepting uncomfortable truths. It requires accepting slavery, I countered. You convinced yourself that serving the Coalition was smart. Really, you were just too afraid to keep fighting. And you're too naive to recognize when you've lost, Vera snarled, shifting to her primordial form, massive, ancient, marked with power that made even my completed abilities look young. I've lived for over a century, Raven. I was already old when Kestra was young. You think completing 7 trials makes you my equal? I was killing wolves like you when your grandparents were pups. She attacked with speed that barely gave me time to react, her claws raking across my side and drawing blood. The pain was intense, her strikes carrying power accumulated over a century of existence. But I had advantages she lacked. I'd completed all 7 trials. I'd integrated every lesson, every truth, every aspect of what it meant to be primordial. Vera was stronger, more experienced, but she was also broken. 70 years of compromise had fractured her in ways she didn't even recognize. We fought across the valley floor, primordial against primordial, power against power. Around us, the battle raged. I could hear Ash's final stand ending, his mental voice going silent as Coalition soldiers finally overwhelmed him. Could sense Theron taking injuries that would have killed normal wolves. Could feel Ember's fire beginning to dim as exhaustion caught up with her. We were losing. Slowly but inevitably, the coalition was grinding us down through sheer numbers. Then end this, the ancient consciousness urged. Defeat Vera. Show the coalition that primordials who complete the trials are worth more than entire armies. I channeled everything I'd learned. Combat from Theron, perception from Nyx, channeling from Ember, defense from Frost, mental discipline from Storm, spiritual power from Aurora, and wisdom from Kestra. 7 teachers, 7 lessons, all combining into something that transcended their individual parts. Vera was strong, but I was complete. I caught her next strike, redirected the force, and used her own momentum to throw her into the valley wall hard enough to crack stone. Before she could recover, I was there, my jaws at her throat. Yield, I commanded. Never, Vera spat. I'll die before I surrender to. This isn't about surrender, I interrupted. It's about choice. You've spent 70 years choosing survival over everything else. Now choose differently. Choose to remember what it meant to be primordial before the coalition broke you. I released her throat, stepping back, leaving myself vulnerable. Kill me if you want, I said. Prove the coalition right about primordials being monsters who can't coexist peacefully. Or remember that we were meant to be better than those we protected. That mercy and justice aren't weaknesses. They're what separated us from tyrants. Vera stared at me, her ancient eyes holding centuries of pain and compromise and slowly accumulated shame. Around us, the battle had paused, coalition soldiers watching their champion, wondering what she'd do. Why? Vera whispered. Why offer mercy when you could just end this? Because you were a primordial before you were a coalition servant, I replied. And some part of you still remembers what that meant. I'm giving that part a chance to resurface. For a long moment, Vera stood frozen, war playing out across her expression. Then, slowly, she shifted to human form. Coalition forces, she called, her voice carrying across the valley. Stand down. The attack is over. What? The lead coalition officer sputtered. Primordial Vera, we have them outnumbered. We can still. I said stand down. Vera repeated with absolute authority. This wolf has shown me something I'd forgotten existed. The possibility of being more than what fear has made me. I'm not fighting for the coalition anymore. She turned to me. I don't deserve forgiveness for 70 years of enabling oppression. But if you'll have me, I'd like to try earning redemption. The same way you let Ash try, the same way you're letting Talon and Miss try. Let me help undo some of the damage I've done. The coalition officer looked like he wanted to argue, but confronting 3 primordials who'd just switched sides was apparently beyond his authority level. This will be reported to headquarters, he warned. You'll be branded traitors. Hunted. Good, Vera said. Let them hunt. For the first time in 70 years, I'll be worth hunting. The coalition forces withdrew, battered and confused, leaving behind casualties, but taking their wounded. The battle was over. We'd won. Somehow, impossibly, we'd won. The aftermath was brutal. Ash had died holding the forward position, his body surrounded by fallen coalition soldiers. We burned him that night with full honors, the traitor who'd earned redemption through sacrifice. His last act had saved lives, held the line long enough for others to regroup, to survive. He found peace at the end, Kestra said as we watched his pyre burn. That's more than most who betray their own will ever achieve. 17 wolves were dead, and 32 more injured severely enough to require Luna's full attention for days. But we'd survived. A force of 12, 8 primordials and 4 normal wolves, had held against 200 coalition soldiers and 3 enemy primordials. More importantly, we'd turned those 3 enemies into allies. Vera, Talon, and Mist had formally renounced the coalition and requested sanctuary in the valley. Kestra granted it immediately, though she made clear they'd have to earn trust through action. I've spent 70 years forgetting what I was, Vera said during the council meeting that followed. Raven reminded me in a single conversation. That kind of clarity deserves support. I was enslaved. Talon added, his copper gold marking still new enough to draw stares. Raven broke bindings that had been in place for 30 years. I owe him everything. My family is still held hostage, Miss said quietly. But Raven promised to help free them. That promise alone is worth more than everything the Coalition ever gave me. Kestra looked at me with something like wonder. You've done what no Primordial has managed in 3 centuries. Unified our kind against the Coalition, inspired loyalty through respect rather than fear, and proven that completion of the trials creates something the Coalition can't match. So what now? Sarah asked pragmatically. The Coalition knows we're here, knows we're organizing, knows Ravens completed the trials. They'll be back with greater force. Let them come, I said. We're not hiding anymore. We're not running. The valley becomes a base of operations, a place where primordials and wolves who resist Coalition oppression can gather, train, organize. I looked around at the assembled wolves, 11 primordials now, including Vera, Talon, and Mist. My pack of 3. The 15 Coalition deserters who'd chosen freedom. And word was already spreading about what had happened here, about primordials willing to fight back. The Coalition has controlled wolf society for 3 centuries, I continued. They've eliminated our kind, suppressed dissent, consolidated power through fear and manipulation. But they made a mistake. They let one primordial complete all 7 trials. And now that primordial is coming for them. That's declaring open war, Frost observed. We can't win open war against the Coalition. They're too large, too entrenched. Maybe we can't win, I acknowledged. But we can fight. Can inspire others to fight. Can show wolves across the continent that resistance is possible, that the Coalition isn't invincible, that freedom is worth the risk. And when you die fighting impossible odds? Nyx asked. What happens to this inspiring resistance then? Then someone else takes up the cause, I said. Because the fight isn't about me. It's about the principle that power without accountability becomes tyranny, and tyranny should always be resisted regardless of the odds. Ember smiled, her fire-marked face fierce with approval. Now that's the kind of primordial I can follow. Not because he promises victory, but because he's willing to fight for what's right even when losing is likely. We have work ahead, Kester said. Freeing Mist's family from Coalition headquarters. Establishing networks with independent packs. Training new primordials who awaken. Building an infrastructure that can support sustained resistance. It won't be easy. Nothing worthwhile ever is, I replied. The council meeting ended with plans being made, strategies discussed, resources allocated. We were no longer refugees, hiding in frozen mountains. We were the beginning of something that had the Coalition genuinely worried, organized primordial resistance. 3 months later, the valley had transformed. Word of our victory had spread across wolf territories. Primordials who'd been hiding in isolation began arriving, seeking sanctuary and training. Wolves from oppressed packs deserted Coalition service, risking everything to join the resistance. Our numbers grew from 12 to 40, then to 70. Not all primordials, most were normal wolves who simply wanted freedom from Coalition control. But they were dedicated, trained, willing to fight for something better than what existed. We'd raided Coalition headquarters 2 months earlier, freed Mist's family and 17 other primordials being held hostage. The operation had cost 3 lives, but the damage to Coalition morale was significant. Their fortress wasn't impregnable. Their control wasn't absolute. I'd sent Marcus a message, not through official channels, but through networks of wolves who still believed in what we were building. It was simple. You said you were wrong about me during my trial. You're wrong again now, choosing Coalition service over freedom. But the offer remains: switch sides. Help us build something better. You were my beta once. You could be again if you find the courage. He hadn't responded. Neither had Drake or Celeste. Maybe they never would. That was their choice, and I'd learned to respect choices even when I disagreed with them. Sarah had become something unprecedented, a normal wolf who could manipulate primordial energy almost as effectively as true bloodlines. Ember called her a bridge, someone who connected normal wolves to primordial power in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Garrett commanded our military forces, his tactical brilliance combined with Theron's training creating an army that could hold its own against coalition professionals. Luna ran the medical operations, her skill now legendary among the resistance. Wolves traveled days just to be treated by the healer who'd studied under Nyx. And me? I was the symbol they rallied around. The fully realized Primordial, who'd completed all 7 trials, defeated coalition forces, and refused to submit regardless of a cost. It was exhausting,
Terrifying.
exhilarating. On the anniversary of my execution, 1 year since I'd knelt in Silverwood's execution circle waiting to die, I stood on the valley's highest peak and looked out over the frozen peaks. So much had changed. I'd gone from powerless outcast to leader of a resistance movement. From rejected and condemned to Primordial Alpha who inspired others to fight for freedom. But I was still Raven Thornfield. Still the wolf who'd spent 18 years learning that worth wasn't determined by power, that kindness mattered more than strength, that the measure of a leader was how they treated those weaker than themselves. Felix would have loved this, I thought, remembering my fallen friend. Would have made some sardonic comment about impossible odds and ridiculous optimism. He'd be proud of you, Kestra said, approaching from behind. The ancient Primordial had become something like a grandmother to me, stern but supportive, critical but caring. Felix gave his life protecting Sarah because he believed you were building something worth the sacrifice. Look around, Raven. You've proven him right. I could see the resistance camp spread below. Wolves from dozens of packs, multiple bloodlines, all unified by desire for freedom from coalition oppression. We had schools teaching young wolves that power didn't equal worth. Medical facilities that treated everyone equally regardless of rank. Training grounds where primordials and normal wolves learned to fight together instead of in hierarchy. It wasn't perfect. We still struggled with resources, still faced coalition attacks, still lost wolves to a war we might not win. But it was better than what existed before. Better than submission. Better than isolation. What happens next? I asked Kestra. You keep fighting, she replied simply. Keep inspiring. Keep proving that primordials can be forces for justice rather than tyranny. Eventually, enough wolves will join the resistance that the coalition can't suppress it through force alone. Change happens slowly, then suddenly. You're creating the conditions for sudden change. And if I die before that happens, then you die having mattered, Kestra said. Having fought for something larger than yourself. That's more than most wolves ever achieve, Raven. Be proud of it. I thought about my father, about the alpha he'd been, strong, wise, dedicated to his pack. I'd spent so long trying to escape his shadow, trying to prove I was more than just Tobias Thornfield's son. Now I understand. I wasn't escaping his shadow. I was extending it, building on the foundation he'd laid, honoring his memory by becoming the leader he'd tried to shape me into, just with power he'd never imagined. I hope you'd be proud, Dad. I thought toward wherever spirits went after death. I hope you'd approve of what I've become, what I'm trying to build. I hope. A howl cut through my thoughts, not threatening, but urgent. A scout signaling new arrivals. Kestra and I rushed back to camp, where wolves were gathering around 3 newcomers.
2 I didn't recognize.
But the third, Marcus Steele, stood in the center of the crowd, looking older and more tired than I remembered. My former beta, the wolf who'd failed me during my trial, who'd chosen coalition service over freedom. He'd come. Raven, Marcus said, and his voice cracked with emotion. I need to speak with you. Privately. It's about Drake and Celeste. About the coalition. About choices I should have made months ago. I looked at him. This wolf who'd been my closest friend, who'd betrayed me, who'd finally found the courage to switch sides. Follow me, I said. We walked to a private area, away from listening ears. When we stopped, Marcus collapsed to his knees. I was wrong, he said simply. About everything. The coalition isn't what they claimed. They're not bringing order. They're enforcing oppression. I've spent 8 months watching them destroy packs who resist, eliminate wolves who question their authority, and turn our society into something unrecognizable. And I enabled it by choosing comfort over courage. Why now? I asked. Why come to me now instead of months ago? Because Drake is planning something terrible, Marcus said, tears streaming down his face. The coalition gave him command of Silverwood after absorbing the territory, and they've ordered him to lead an assault on this valley. Massive force, overwhelming numbers, with orders to eliminate every primordial here and salt the earth so nothing ever rebuilds. My blood ran cold. When? 2 weeks, Marcus replied. Maybe less. That's why I came here, why I risked everything to get this information to you. Because your brother is being forced to choose between destroying you or watching his mate die. The coalition holds Celeste hostage, Raven. Drake follows their orders or she's executed. The cruelty was devastating. The coalition forced my twin to become the instrument of my death, leveraging his mate to ensure compliance. Why are you telling me this? I asked. You could have stayed safe, could have kept serving the coalition, could have avoided becoming a target. Because Felix died believing you were building something worth protecting, Marcus said. And I failed him. Failed you. Failed everyone who trusted me. This is me finally choosing right over easy. This is me honoring the friendship I destroyed through cowardice. I studied my former beta, seeing genuine remorse and determination in his expression. He'd betrayed me once. Now he was risking everything to warn me. Justice or mercy?
The fourth trial had asked.
How do you balance the two? I extended my hand, helping Marcus to his feet. You're right. You failed me, failed Felix, failed yourself. But you're here now, trying to make it right. That's what matters. What do we do? Marcus asked. About Drake. About the assault. About. We prepare, I said. We fortify defenses, gather allies, and prepare ourselves for the fight that's coming. And we plan a rescue operation for Celeste. Because I won't let the coalition force my brother to choose between love and family. We'll give him a third option. That's impossible, Marcus protested. She's held at coalition headquarters. Maximum security. Even with your power, even with all the primordials here. Nothing's impossible, I interrupted. Just difficult. And we've made a habit of doing difficult things. I looked toward the valley, toward the resistance we'd built from nothing, toward wolves who'd chosen freedom over safety, who'd followed a fully realized primordial into war against impossible odds. This is it, I thought. The final test. Not trials designed by ancient magic, but a real battle that will determine whether primordial resistance survives or dies. Whether we can truly challenge the coalition, or if we're just delaying the inevitable. But we've come this far, survived this much, changed this much. Whatever comes next, we face it together. I turned back to Marcus. Gather the council. Tell them everything about the planned assault. We have 2 weeks to prepare for war and plan a rescue that probably can't succeed. Let's make them count. As Marcus hurried away to deliver the warning, I stood alone for a moment, feeling the weight of leadership, the burden of being the symbol others rallied around. But I also felt something else, hope. Real, genuine hope that we could win this. Not because victory was guaranteed, but because we'd proven the impossible was possible. I'd been sentenced to execution and survived. Awakened as a primordial and thrived. Completed 7 trials designed to kill me. Built a resistance from nothing. Turned enemies into allies. The coalition had armies, resources, and centuries of consolidated power. But we had something they'd forgotten existed. Wolves willing to fight for freedom, regardless of the cost. Primordials who remembered what they were meant to be. And a fully realized primordial who refused to submit no matter how overwhelming the odds. Let them come, I thought, feeling primordial power surge through me. Let them bring their armies and their hostages and their threats. We'll show them what happens when wolves stop accepting oppression and start fighting back. This is who I am. Raven Thornfield. Primordial Alpha. Leader of the resistance. And I'm done hiding. The sun rose over the frozen peaks, painting the valley in shades of gold and silver. A new day. A new challenge. A new chapter in a story that had started with my execution and had transformed into something no one could have predicted. The war with the coalition was coming, but so was hope. So it changed. So was the possibility of a world where primordials could exist without fear, where power served justice rather than oppressing it. Whatever came next, we'd face it together. And we'd make sure it mattered. The end. Thank you for following Raven's journey from condemned outcast to leader of the primordial resistance. His story proves that true strength isn't about the power you're born with, but the choices you make with what you're given. The war with the coalition continues, but Raven has built something that will outlast any single battle, a movement based on justice, mercy, and the unshakable belief that freedom is always worth fighting for. What did you think of Raven's complete transformation? Share your final thoughts in the comments below.